Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Threat neutralized.
Hey everyone, I'm Nick or Vaudable, and I'm here to bring you through all you need to know about Stage 1 for Ignite 2026. The preseason started out with a bang. We had some great champions that we crowned across the regions. Team Liquid Citadel in the Americas, Navi or Not As Sincere in EMEA. We also had Reject in Pacific for Asia. Over in the OCE side of things, we had Genji take the win there in a pretty dominant performance. And in China, we actually had an upset. OUG didn't get the victory. It was Iconics who were the ones who came out on top. But now let's shift gears. Let's talk about Stage 1. That's what you are all interested to learn more about. And let's get into the schedule first and foremost. Looking at our match calendar here for Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. The group stages will take place on May 21st to June 7th. And then the second phase of the competition will be the playoffs from June 25th to July 5th. Might be wondering, why is this happening? Well, if we look at this map rotation graphic, it tells you all you need to know. Lower Manhattan's getting added to the map pool, but also we will have Season 8 be the patch that the group stages are played on, and Season 8.5 is going to be the one that the playoffs will be played on. So you'll have Devil Dinosaur chomping up the competition in the group stages, and Cyclops blasting people away in the playoffs. It's going to be a great one. Now let's talk about format and seeding. Seeding was already determined from placements in pre-season, and if you're watching this video, you probably already know exactly where those teams have meted out in their specific groups. Starting with the Americas Stage 1 format, you can see it as the exact same as it was for preseason. 2 groups of 6 teams will play through a round-robin style bracket, which means they play each other once, and the top 4 teams from each of those groups will move on to the playoffs. During the playoffs, this will all be best-of-5 matches, and that'll be starting from July 2nd to the 4th. And the finals, of course, will be the 5th with a best-of-7. Exact same is going to be happening for EMEA Stage 1. Will be a round-robin best-of-3 group stage with 2 groups of 6. The top 4 from each of those moving on into the playoffs, where they'll be playing a best-of-5 double elimination bracket with a best-of-7 final. Now, to talk a little bit about the Pacific format, I brought in an expert from the region. Liger, take it away.
Thank you, Vaudable. How's it going, everybody? It's Liger here. I'm here to tell you the structure for Ignite Pacific. Now, We're going to start off with OCE, okay? We've got a group stage double elimination running from the 21st to the 24th of May. Then Asia will be taking place with a group stage of their own, but round robin format from the 29th of May to the 7th of June. Now, how's this going to work is we're going to get the top 2 from OCE and then the top 6 from Asia going into a combined, that's right, it's merging everybody into a Pacific playoff.
These teams are competing for a lot, not just spots in mid-season final, but it's also prizing $650,000 in total is up for grabs, and it is split $200,000 each for EMEA and Americas, $120,000 for Pacific, and $100,000 for China. Now, Stage 1 serves as the only qualification path into the mid-season finals. Now, you might be wondering how many teams from each region make it in. It's 3 from Americas, 3 from EMEA, 2 from Pacific, which can either be both OCE teams, an OCE and an Asia team, or 2 Asia teams, depending on how their playoffs go, and 2 teams from China for a 10-team total bracket. With limited spots available, this means every single series carries direct implications for the mid-season final qualifications. Now, here's one thing to note that if you saw some of the patches that were posted on social media, you might be questioning, where are the drops? What are the drops? What can we expect for that when we're tuning in to the action? Well, I'm here to tell you at least a little bit and give you a preview of some of those. It's time to talk about the Stage 1 Twitch drops. So if you remember way back when that Sentinels and NRG Shock were playing against each other in the playoffs on Symbiotic Surface, and Crimzo opened up a portal, Dongmin jumped in, and he got kidnapped by Stinkers on NRG. Well, that entire moment is immortalized in a spray by one of the lovely community artists out there, and you can get that just for watching Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 during the group stages for just 4 hours total. That's just like a couple matches. Could be 2 best of 3s that go the distance. Maybe just watch a game throughout each day, and you'll easily be able to get that spray alongside 100 chrono tokens, the Galactic Lair Mood, and the Wolverine Will of Galacta nameplate. This is, of course, alongside the current Rogue drops that are going to be running in tandem for Season 8. And that's the big thing to note. These end before Season 8.5, before the playoffs, which means in the rest of Stage 1, there will be more drops to stay tuned for, so definitely keep an eye out for those, as you do not want to miss them and keep up with the action.
But Votable, who should I root for?
I've been asked to power rank teams, give my analysis about, who to predict to potentially get those 3 spots from EMEA and Americas, the 2 from Pacific and 2 from China. I'm not going to make it easy on you guys. There's other content for that later on, but I do have some experts to tell you who they are personally rooting for to win Stage 1 in their respective regions. So let's hear from a good old friend here in Americas.
Hey everybody, my name is Shibby. I'm a Marvel Rivals caster and content creator, and my good friend Vaudible has asked me who I am cheering for in Stage 1. So for Americas, I am a YWL Glazer. I love the way Jitward and the gang play Marvel Rivals. They don't follow the conventional rules, and a lot of their roles are very fluid, which makes them very exciting to watch. And for EMEA, I am the OG Na'Vi Glazer, so I'm very happy that they won in the preseason, and I anticipate that they are going to carry that momentum going into Stage 1.
Well, Shibby, you might not want to speak too soon on that one. I have someone else who has some other opinions on who should probably win EMEA.
What's up, guys? It's me, Boring Nation, and for Season 1 of Ignite, I am rooting for Team Virtus Pro. Even though they might have been absolutely obliterated last time, that was a fluke. It was bad luck from me, and this time they got locked in.
I don't know, I'm starting to think these predictions are very bold, saying that Virtus Pro will lock in. We need some more grounding here from another pro or coach in the scene in EMEA.
I am Line Pro Coach for Team Heretics, which is your new favorite Marvel Rivals team that you should be rooting for, not only because during this preseason we finished top 2 in EMEA, only losing to Na'Vi, which was a world finalist, but also because we have the best bundle in the game, which is the only one that you can have to be playing for the vibes.
Okay, a top 2 finalist we saw during the preseason, not too bad of a reason to vote for them. The vibes are really good at Heretics, I get that. Let's talk about Americas a little bit more here and actually hear from one of the players that have a little bit more insight onto why you should root for their team.
Hey, this is Smart Chief. I play for Team Liquid Citadel, and you should root for us because, as you saw in preseason, every other team is just clueless about what they want to do and you'll just be miserable if you don't.
Okay, that's a low blow, Spark Chief. I think he's talking about our predictions. I think like no one got it perfect for Americas. I got really lucky with OCE 100%, All-Seeing Oracle, Ignite 2026. Thank you very much. Speaking of OCE, we do have a pro from that scene who does have some words for you.
Hey, I'm Skittles. I play strategist for Genji Esports. If you want to watch a creative team that throws the meta out the window every season and has fun while doing it, make sure to show us your support in Pacific Stage 1 Asia. You can also rep our bundle in gear. You get a pretty cool Deadpool skin, so thank you to those that have bought it so far. But yeah, thank you guys as always. We won't let you down. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Skittles, for giving us your opinions, and we'll definitely be picking up that bundle. I already have, but I recommend, picking up any of the partner bundles that are available for the teams that you're rooting for. But we do have one final guest here who does have some opinions, and it's not my cat. We'll hear from them about their team that they think is going to win Stage 1.
Yo, surprise! You're probably blinded right now, and if you can't tell from the hairline, or lack of hairline, I am J3, and I am rooting for Swamp Gaming since I, live in Florida and I live in the swamp. And I think you guys should be cheering them on too, because they are going to be winning Stage 1.
Okay, we got some insight from the community members. Thank you all for being a part of this video. But the big things that you need to know for each region. Number one for Americas is Team Liquid Citadel right after Swamp Gaming. And then it's just a graveyard after that. It could be YWL. It could be Sentinels. It could be 100 Thieves. It could be Energy Shock. Could be anyone in Americas right after those two. So those are your safe bets for people to make it into the mid-season finals. It's a toss-up from there on out. In EMEA, it's a little bit more kind of top-heavy, you could say, as well. You do have Na'Vi, who did really well for themselves. Were the first team to beat Virtus Pro in a number of months in an entire series. And actually, since we saw way back when during Stage 1, and now we got to see it happen again here in the preseason. Then Rad beat them as well. So I think they're going to have a bit of a comeback. I think it's going to be Na'Vi, then VP, then probably Heretics, and then Rad and Shikigami somewhere in there. Pulsar has some potential based on the players that they picked up. I'll let you take a look at their roster and see what your thoughts are there as well. Other side of things, in Pacific specifically, there's the two favorites, right? It's Genji, it's Reject. Those are the two teams that should make the mid-season finals. Everyone else is kind of a toss-up. You could have Z10, you could have Chiefs, you could have some unknown rosters that get brought in here as well throughout the offseason into the fold. So we don't really know who else is going to be contending with those top two teams. On the other side of things, for China, it's been more parity than ever, right? OUG fell earlier on. We saw Conix get the victory. Fiat Lux doing really well for themselves. Those are the big three, and they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to see who comes out on top and makes it to those mid-season finals. So if you have three in your mind, those would be the three to look at. Wouldn't be too surprised if OUG bounces back. Iconics maybe falls down a little bit. And we saw some big pickups in the offseason for Fiat Lux, so I could see them actually making it. But that's everything you need to know for Stage 1 of Ignite. Go enjoy the matches, and we'll see you later.
Welcome back! It is time for Marvel Rivals Ignite! We're in year 2, we're in stage 1, and we have returned to grace you all with the best region in the world! I am your host, Tetcher, and I am joined by your casters for today, Lemon Kiwi and Ryan Central. Lemon, you just joined us this year, starting with the preseason. How are you liking it here?
I mean, if the preseason was just the appetizer, like, we're going to be in for an absolute treat for Stage 1. It's not Virtus Pro winning everything anymore. There's some new shakeups in the roster going into Stage 1. And I like that you said that we're the best region ever, because we really are. We got new backdrops, we got new graphics, we got new heroes. I'm so excited.
And Ryan, I'm sure you're carrying over that excitement as well. But let's just carry on from what Lemon Kiwi said for a second. We're getting a little bit of familiarity here with Virtus Pro seeming to struggle during Stage 1s. Do you think that could carry over for preseason?
It's going to be a lot more damning if it does, because the difference for preseason, we go into another international event at the end of this, right? We get to know a little bit more about mid-season finals, teams qualifying for it. So Virtus Pro don't want to miss out on another event. They want to try and fix those issues from preseason, come into this stage, along Na'Vi, Team Heretics, and the rest.
But talking about that preseason, a character that actually had a pretty big impact for a lot of our teams here is Rogue. And just by watching this broadcast or many of the other Marvel Rivals broadcasts on Twitch.tv, you can get yourself a new rogue costume, a child's play emote, which looks absolutely insane, a nameplate and a spray. Only 30 minutes for the first one, only 4 hours. That's this broadcast alone to get yourself that skin. But that's talking about the future. Let's talk about the past, the huge past, as we have Devil Dinosaur joining the battlefield. And Kiwi, this is looking like it's making quite an impact.
Absolutely. Like, everybody is running this right now, and everyone's having a ton of fun trying to really maximize the value of this guy. Of course, there's a big double grab meta right now with Devil Dinosaur. Once he applies that bleed, that new I guess effect that you could put on heroes now, the bleed effect, you can grab people, and that's going to be a huge thing for Devil Dinosaur, but he needs a really strong Vanguard to go along with him. So that's going to be what's going to be fun to watch in these first couple of matches.
But talking about this double Vanguard style, or even triple Vanguard we saw last stage, Devil Dinosaur has quite an interesting effect on that, doesn't they, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's basically replaced the Glortrox, I think, as the main Apex Predator in the game at the moment. So I think it's really a case of, like, looking at that. I'm also excited to see what a new character sort of comes in. You got Black Cat as well, but also, like, how, like, Gambit, he was pretty much the king of the meta, how they are going to balance out.
Take a screenshot, have a look. This is what we have coming up for you all for stage 1 of EMEA. We're starting off with our group stages. Starting today, we'll be running Friday, Saturday, Sunday for 3 straight weeks, and then we will have a quick break, an intermission, so to speak, before we head on in to our playoffs, which will be Thursday to Sunday, starting on the 2nd of July, and those will be played on 8.5. We'll be potentially able to get Cyclops in for those, but we will have Devil Dinosaur available for these games. But it's a solid schedule. We've got plenty of time to play and a little bit of a break for teams to reset before those playoffs, which can be really good for the mental.
Yeah, and there's only 6 teams per group for making it to that playoff stage over in July, and it's back-to-back days, so it is very unforgiving. Along with this map pool, you guys are going to recognize a lot of these maps. We've now officially added Lower Manhattan, so that we'll see if that'll be like a niche pick coming out.
This is the first time it's been legally available, and Ryan, the concrete jungle where streets are made of, what are your views on it?
I haven't had the best experience in my own games, but I've got to see how much the attacking team can snowball for sure. But it is just like Convergence. It is that mix of like taking a point and then pushing a payload. How different that first point hold feels, fundamentally how you play it versus the rest of the map. That could catch teams out, and I think a lot of teams are looking to try and throw a couple of curveballs and maybe be picking it, much like they did with Museum last stage.
Speaking of picking, we have our ban locks. This is the same as last year's Ignite, but it is different from MRC or your own ranked games. For starters, this is asymmetrical. Every ban you give to your opponent, you're still able to play that character. Every character you protect, you can still ban that away from your opponents. You can see here that we do have symmetrical bans at the start, and we have a symmetrical ban in the middle at point number 6. But otherwise, we go back and forth with the top team getting that last second protect right at the end. Let's talk about what the teams are playing for. Not only, as Ryan mentioned, do we have those mid-season final spots available, but we also have a large prize pool of 20,000 USD available, with the champion taking home $64,000. Even the last place team get 5K to split between themselves and Lemon. That is no small chunk of change.
This is crazy. Like, I know I have 2 Brits on like the cast with me here, but that's a lot of dollars.
It
and
is.
This is no joke, because it's not just about the money. Now you can get relegated if you do not finish top 4 in your group, and here are your groups. And this, Ryan, this is kind of stacked. I would say there is a group of death here. What do you think?
It feels that way, doesn't it? Like, I think when you're looking at Navi, Rad, Virtus Pro all wanted to get going, but it's like Pulsar have basically reinvented their roster. The Lions having a good show as Vision previously in the last stage. Alter Esports making a couple of changes themselves. But I really think it is like Group B that is so hard to call. You've got the Chosen Ones, which we'll see in action for the first time tomorrow. Reason Gaming with a lot of changes themselves. And even Shikigami with a 3rd place finish making some roster changes. And we'll see them in action against the top team of Heretics as a sort of bit of a rematch of that losers bracket final. These groups are terrifying, but it's just getting to playoffs that these teams want to try and get to, just to make sure that they can sort of get ahead of whatever meta that we're in and actually start to build upon it then.
We have so many good games coming up for you. As Ryan mentioned, we'll be getting that Shiki Heretics matchup later on. But let's actually have a look and talk about what entertainment we'll be bringing you today. And oh my God, are we starting with an absolute belter. We are starting off with Rad versus Natus Vincere. We'll be then moving in to Lions versus Alter Esports. What could be a group decider for that Group A, potentially at the bottom, potentially in the middle, or maybe these teams will surprise us and snipe on it at the top before we go in to that rematch of rematch. This is the third time they'll play against each other, including pre-season. Shikigami versus Heretics. And yeah, Ryan, we're looking forward to that one, aren't we?
I think it's like Rad versus Navi. They didn't run into each other at all in pre-season, so it's how they're going to work. But if you want to sort of keep up with the action, we've already gone over some of the drops that you can get. There's a few more to go for more specific co-streamers that are covering Ignite, including a lovely little reference to our boys over at Sentinels. And honestly, as well, like, we moved a player over there. We get to see Oasis in action as well, with America starting later tonight. So plenty to do. It's basically going to be farming up at the same time as you'd be getting the rogue skin too. So it pretty much is double the value as stuff as it's going through. There's plenty to be watching. Even like Pacific and China have started as well. It pretty much seems to be like these weekends, non-stop action for Marvel Rivals Esports.
It really is, and we have so many good games coming on up, and make sure you tune into them. Just like you can read the Marvel Rivals comics on Marvel Unlimited to actually get some sneak previews of some skins that make it to the game. If you watch these games, you can get a little bit of a head start onto what sprays might come into the games, or maybe anything that could be inspired, like that Dogman Stinkers combo we just saw that is available if you watch these games. For now, though, let's talk about the teams, starting with Rad. This team shocked us so much coming into the preseason.
Yeah, it really was the team that we really expected to just kind of have a middling finish. They came through MRC to qualify as one of the teams, but we're familiar with these players, right? You've got a good mix of like chopped Final Dance from previous MRCs, an unsigned team that did a lot of damage in Stage 2 as well. But it was the fact for me that like Rad, his coach, Ash at the time, he built this roster for Rad. He's no longer with the team. He's moved over actually over to Shikigami. So it really is like, how is Rad going to function without having him as his coach? They're going to have some new people in to sort of work. But ultimately, it's that win against VP that people are going to look back at.
But we talk about VP often, Lemon. This is also a world champion roster here.
Yeah, and the preseason champs, and man, did they look dominant. Mostly an unchanged roster. They added that substitute of Pokey from Liquid Citadel. They also have a coach now. They had changes in the back room, but you're still looking at best in role across the board, especially all eyes are on Terra. Playoffs MVP for me. Goliath performance on Phoenix, Star-Lord, Elsa, you name it. Even went insane on the Wolverine. So this is going to be a big matchup. Can someone dethrone Na'Vi? And also, what is Na'Vi going to look like in the group stage? Because they absolutely hit a peak, hit a stride, a flow state even in the playoffs, but we weren't expecting Na'Vi to be #1 after what they did in the group stage previously.
They came in strong and they continue to look that. They've made some slight changes, as you already mentioned. They've got a new substitute. They've got a new coach coming in with the form of Shu. Rad, though, they've been going from strength to strength, coming in as the champions of MRC into a 4th place finish in pre-season. It feels like it's only up for them, and honestly, it's interesting because they're replicating the success of a former team known as Rad, a team that might include some players you might know. Trust me, Level 1 Crook. Fate, that's the Rad that actually went to those mid-season finals and became the first ever Marvel Rivals World Champions. Now, different roster, same organization. Ryan, could we see a repeat organization performance with different players?
Potentially, yeah. I think here it's just like how well Rad like had a read on the meta from preseason. Their first initial games of groups were really strong, but when they went up against the likes of Virtus Pro and stuff, it was very different there. Virtus Pro looked dominant. Celestial Husk predetermined. These teams know the domination map that we always start on ahead of time, so there has been a lot of preparation for this. But ultimately, I think it's like Rad, have they got a good read on the meta that they can build around when it comes to the draft? And Na'Vi, they're going to be sort of freeballing it because that's their typical like MO, especially the strategist backline of Fate and Crook. They have so many options to work with, and White Fox being a lot more potent now. It really does feel like Na'Vi, it's the backline that's going to be the difference maker. Rad have to keep up.
These two teams have not played against each other in Ignite yet. Last time they played against each other was on Final Dance and, of course, on the chopped roster in the MRC Season 5. So it's their first time in Ignite. I'm going to send you over to Lemon Kiwi and Ryan Central for all the action.
Oh, it's going to be a good first day, Ryan. Coming out of the fossil, if you will, and you have two legendary birds, Ducky and Lugia. I wonder which one of them is going to pick that up, but of course you have one of the most mechanical vanguards in Rajaro on the Navi side of things, who I mean, it's tough to beat what Rajaro and Trust Me can do with their dive.
I mean, especially Rajaro. I think he had such a good preseason. It certainly felt like, from watching their games against like Team Heretics and stuff, working for the upper bracket outside of like the group stages, they could sort of go into these positions, try to work it out, but ultimately it was everybody sort of almost having like MVP performances. It seemed like from group stages there was a little bit more like stress and stuff. You've got Trust Me and Terra living together. Terra's up in the attic, basically being stored there, it feels like. But it did seem like they managed to work out exactly how they wanted to play around this meta. Everybody else started sort of following their like lead, I suppose, on what kind of characters are good. But Navi is just, especially when you could be a bit more liberal with your strategist lineup, that's where they can look the best in comparison to teams like Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I definitely agree that the strategist line has looked the most fluid, the most interchangeable, and even that secondary Vanguard along with the Dino. I've seen a lot of Emma as that double grab I alluded to earlier. The Captain Americas, if that's a comfort pick, if the team identity is already around that, then you have more of a hybrid style. It's not just always front to back or always dive. You can have some portions of the team that are going to be playing dive around the Captain America, some portions that are going to anchor the objective around the Dino, usually the Dino and the strategist with it. And it's really around kind of what you've cemented in the preseason and how you can kind of incorporate the Dino, and there's stuff like Black Cat. There's also other things in the mix. So the Ban and Protect is going to be huge for these teams.
Yeah, I think also the most one of the interesting things from seeing the games from like China and like the Oceania region in particular is like Gambit is still like good. He's still like first ban notable. And like for EMEA in Americas, because they finished a little bit earlier than some of the other regions as well, it was like Elsa was like the main thing. Get Elsa out, we could play around Gambit and stuff, but it did feel like as preseason went on, teams were like, no, we got to get rid of Gambit. If you get rid of Gambit, you get rid of so many options that they can pivot to. If you want to prioritize the Rogue, if you want to go for like a Star-Lord ultimate, you want to try and go for like the Gambit, Rogue, Magneto combination, Loki to copy the Gambit. It's like there's so many strings that attach Gambit to everybody else. You have to remove him and basically force as little kind of variations of comps as possible. I don't know if that's still going to be the same here, right? Because Devil Dinosaur seems to put a lot of pressure on the draft. Mantis has been reworked slightly, but still seems to be very good. White Fox better. Black Cat has actually been played a lot more in like Pacific in particular than I expected. So it really is a case for like EMEA. Are we going to be still prioritizing getting rid of Gambit? Are we going to be a bit more open to it? Like overall, what are these teams going to do in this first week of action?
I absolutely think you got to get rid of the Gambit, especially against a team like Navi and Rad. I think we're such a triple strategist team through all of the group stage, really investing all the eggs in the Elsa basket, like you alluded to. And now I don't feel like Elsa is as much of a priority as other strong duelists that have emerged. And we will zoom into that Ban and Protect here in a second. We're almost at the end of it. We also didn't even talk about the Mantis changes of now having a speed boost. So that's going to be insane.
Yeah, a little bit less damage boost on top of it, but I just think movement is such a strong thing, especially for domination on these kind of maps where it can turn into a little bit more of a slog. For the bans, we do have a one-sided Dino on the side of Na'Vi, so that's going to be able to work with it. And a ban of Captain America means that Dino Cap, which seems to be like one of the more like common front lines, is not going to be available for Rad. Instead, they've gone to try and prioritize hitting the back line. Gambit's not going to be available on both sides, but going for the Ultron and the Jean Grey means that there's going to be focus. And also, Black Cat is protected from Rad, so I would expect that they would play it, right?
Absolutely. And Black Cat can be such a menace to deal with. So you really got to keep in mind what strategists are going to be the best to peel against that. And Invisible Woman was the strategist du jour. I swear I'm French. But to try and push like people away. And it was really the peeling strategist. But because of Dino, it applies a bleed, which obviously keeps doing damage. It keeps ticking, which gets Invisible Woman out of her invisibility. So she's really weak against the Dino, and especially she got nerfed with her push not going as far. But we'll see just how strong she will be in the meta after those changes.
Yeah, looking at it, one-sided Ultron as well, so it does seem that Rad are going to try and go for this maybe like triple strategist setup. Sort of working it through here. Na'Vi looking to see if they can make stage 1 go as well as preseason. Rad trying to sort of take down a couple more giants like they did in Virtus Pro as well. So a great way to sort of start this fight off. Looking to be very divey-centric, but triple strategist in play for Rad.
Crazy Kitty on the Black Hat. Doesn't that just go well? Like, it feels like it's on brand for them to do just that. Now,
yeah.
Yeah, Rajaro is going to be leading that way. And again, the bleed does stack the more that you chunk them down. And Gru can actually still be kidnapped while that anti-CC wall is up. So have to be really careful, but you can also try and cage that Dino at a good moment as you're still having Rad set the tone, trying to get some high ground here to get the flanks in position. Crazy Kitty has already claimed one, and it's Terra that can no longer fly through the sky. So some damage, and serious damage is going to be lacking as Crook already has to disappear, and Rad are still trying to work on that first cap.
There's so much like verticality there to actually use the Black Cat to sort of teleport into safety in and out, and you've got the ability for the dive to come in from the White Fox on at least the other side, so it is going to be more of a brawly bloodbath. And Na'Vi looking to see if they're coming out on top. Neither team being able to take the objective, but the brawl just winning out in favor. I think the key thing is that Trust Me is still playing the Deadpool Vanguard. It felt like the teams might move away from him after the nerf, but no. Trust Me wants to lead the line with this and have faith in it.
Yeah, the double bubble to just try and block out those heals, and maybe if MASH teleports in on the White Fox and could really be in a bad situation, but gonna be able to follow along with each other. One with a gun, one without. But it is Na'Vi in the driver's seat despite getting first blooded and losing Terra so early. I love that they're able to stabilize in that moment and not really panic too much as Rajaro will fall back to the point. Now you have Rage of Ultron really focusing down the Dino as Terra hopes to respawn, and of course the Ultron will find some cover as best as possible. But the Soul Resurgence gets Rad back on their feet, but Na'Vi immediately lose the Kumiho form. A fantastic stun hits level 1 Crook, and Crazy Kitty, despite just the one execution in the previous fight, it's been so hard to fully finish off Na'Vi. We're now at 50%.
It seems that Na'Vi just using all these ultimates to buy as much time as they can, cycle them out to go for the stall, as there's going to be a big switch up in the characters that are in play. Level 1 Crook switching over towards the Loki. Still buying a lot of time. It's going to get to like 63, 64%, maybe even a little bit more, and it's forcing resources out of Rad. Na'Vi, they were switching characters. They were happy to use this ultimates to keep the stall going, but they've managed to get back in time. Rad taking the point for 70%. It was about 40% when Na'Vi started to go down, Lemon. Like, it really felt that Rad could not get them down in time.
And Na'Vi, I mean, they just are so good at just stalling and delaying even when things don't start off well. Whatever ult Rad threw at them, Na'Vi still, I would say, squeezed out all the way to a 70%, but now we're exhausted of ults. Now Rad, watch as they enter through the doorway. These triple strategists all looking at Crazy Kitty. How they're able to find their way towards the back, but right now Lugi is just carving his name through the front, and Na'Vi are just barely surviving. Great shot as well from the Mantis. Vertigo will find picks, and now Na'Vi are reset.
Really feels like the eliminations, if you can't string them together, it's not going to be enough. But yeah, Rad able to sort of hold on, go for an aggressive line. You do have Cameo and Rage of Ultron. I think you ought to be using the latter first because you can farm it up so quickly and just keep these fights forced. Trust Me, looking to see if he can go on for a fight onto the backline with the Banhammer. He's found his target in hand, and Smashdead is going to use the Rage of Ultron to compensate. Lugia goes down, he's going to go back into banner form and instantly shot down from Fate, who just slices him, carve him down. So now Na'Vi seeing if they can actually put the pressure onto the objective now that the percents are looking even. Soul Resurgence is going to be used from Vertigo, but you can see just how much of a disengage it is. They have to respect the numbers advantage for Na'Vi, and they have to respect the Galactic Legend.
You better get an umbrella out too, because there is a storm, and Terra unleashes. Rad are trying to Kumio form to really extend the cap that they do have. Rad did manage to take back the lead, but now Na'Vi are actually in a 5 versus 5, but Rad are a lot less healthy, while these bubbles from Na'Vi are splitting up the heals between Rad's Vanguard line and the rest of the squad. And man, there's so many trades back and forth. You were really hoping this triple strategist from Rad lasted longer, but now this is the final fight.
Yeah, Jerky switching over as well. Like, he was on White Fox briefly, now he's over on the Psylocke. Van Hammer used, and you have so many ultimates now to just sort of bank onto this fight. And now Rad, I mean, Silent Seduction is going to be great for this fight. The range is a little bit better, and it might be able to try to catch out Na'Vi if they try to position poorly. Black Cat going in for the dive straight onto the White Fox, who has the TP to get out to safety. It was close, and now Crazy Kitty needs to make sure that he can actually get the peel. He's going to disengage, goes into the backline to see if he can get the fight onto Psylocke, and the Silent Seduction is going to be used to see if he can find a clearance here. The pick goes actually towards Mash, who's able to sort of protect himself, and Jerky finds Crazy Kitty in the backline.
Crazy Kitty just walks into a hail of bullets. Na'Vi, it's just barely a 5 versus 5, but no one touches. Rad, we're just absolutely stuffed on the choke point, and Na'Vi will claim Celestial Hand, and it really doesn't get any closer than that. Because usually that first fight, when you win it, you have such a better win condition or a higher win rate to win the whole round, and Na'Vi actually had to trade lead for lead against Rad, and we're trying to survive as best as they can against the Crazy Kitty Black Cat, and Na'Vi did a good job, but once they had the skies free for Terra and the rest of the squad, Na'Vi fully took over.
Hard to see whether this is going to be like a change up with the compositions and stuff, right? Like, we're looking at the head-to-head as it goes in. The front line has been hit hard for Rad. That's the thing to keep in mind. There's no Devil Dinosaur, there's no Captain America to work with, so they want to try and make this whole work alongside the Emma Frost, who is a lot stronger. So now it's whether these teams are going to sort of work. Terra's going to be still over on the Star-Lord, seeing exactly how they want to go and try and fight for the second point. It's got a bit of high ground to at least work with, and Crazy Kitty switching over towards the Daredevil means that they want to get this fight early and just gain the control. It's hard to take the objective with these kind of compositions. They want to find a pick, and it's hard with the backline when it's as flexible and fast-moving as a Jeff and a Rocket.
Yeah, just moving away from the group was such a good idea from Rad. They realized they just cannot hold back the tidal wave that is Na'Vi with this Dino composition, especially with Trust Me on the Deadpool. But what an opener from Trust Me himself. And then you have Terra Galactic Legend flying through the skies, and Rad don't stand a chance. They're just out in the open and really needed to track that in order to, well, I guess, play in any kind of cover at all. So the first cap will go to Na'Vi.
Yeah, still running his triple strategist on the side of Rad, but Rage of Ultron was dedicated, was used up. Still keeping everything the same. You have a Kumiho to build up, but the point taken rather easily for Na'Vi was just the Galactic Legend that was the heavy investment. But it's not like you have the Gambit to sort of work around it. You're not synergizing it. You're just trying to find good timings and have the dive work on the right objective. Van Hammer and it's Jeff happy to sort of sit back here at this objective, and it's immediately going to go onto the focus of Smash Des in the sky, trying to isolate some of the strategists to make sure that they can't heal each other, and it allows Terra to sort of just slip in, find a pick onto Ducky, and get out to safety.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with those charms too from Mash if you're in a bad position, but Rad have been, well, quite healthy thus far, as Fate is going to try and claim some bodies. Rad seem okay. The Kumio form to try and dodge that. Lugia seems okay. Must have popped the Hulk bubbles. Either way, Na'Vi also don't have Jerky in this. While he was trying to brawl through with his Jeff, who Fate managed to remove some strategists. So this has been a really good fight for Na'Vi, and it's taken some time for this to develop. So we're already at 60%.
It just doesn't really look like Rad have much to actually try and break through it. Again, these kind of compositions are, if you have a good advantage in the first fight, you're able to take it. And then once you're able to sort of actually just sit on the objective, especially with a Daredevil, it's very hard for Na'Vi to find the key targets that they need because you can just peel for each other. Lugia switching over towards Angela and Venom, so it is pretty much full gun-ho with the dive. Smash Des switched over towards the Star-Lord a little bit beforehand. And now Rajaro trying to see if he can take some of these flyers right out of the sky, force back to the objective to fight around it. But when you've got a Deadpool and a Devil Dinosaur on this objective with a Jeff to heal you from distance, you're quite happy to just make this an absolute brawl front to back on the point. The Rampage is about to start to see if it can get onto the connections. The peel and the slash, the Rampage is trying to ferociously find a pick onto the backline, and it eventually goes onto Vertigo. It takes a while, but it gets it.
Yeah, and all the ults come out of Na'Vi for the final time. They don't go out with a whisper. They go out with a scream. And of course, the rocket damage boosts on top make it 100-0 for the preseason champs on map number 1. Man, Rad, like you said, had nothing in the bank to even get the ball rolling at all. Na'Vi take map 1.
It was a good showing for them. Like, we sort of expected, because it's happened consistently with Na'Vi, that like group stages, they can often have just like a random result drop and sort of look a little bit poor, but then when they actually get into playoffs, it can look a lot more like succinct from them. We sort of expect, especially with the meta being a little bit open for teams to go in various directions, certainly when we expect Rad, like they've just gone for the strategist backline bans. As many supports as you can get out over and over, just take as many of them out as you possibly can. Na'Vi were like, we're going for your front line. You're not allowed Devil Dinosaur, you're not allowed Captain America. That synergy works really nicely. And we know that you play Black Cat, so we also don't want to have that Captain America go through for that team up. There's just a lot of instances like that it feels that Na'Vi going against the grain, against like consistent teams, but it's like part of the game plan. And when the team is leading from the front, like the Vanguards or Trust Me, kind of makes sense that they want to take out the front line on the other side.
And that is map number 1 going in Na'Vi's favor. Remember, guys, this is a best-of-3 group stage. Only 4 teams move on to playoffs. We'll find out where Rad want to go to next after this.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising the distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
We are back and we're moving on in with the Daredevil Shadowed start available right now. Make sure to pop those balloons. I actually got it in 2 earlier today, so we'd love to see that. I wish you all the best of luck as well to get that in for yourselves. Was a huge fan of the original Daredevil show and was a huge fan of that first game, as that was an incredible start to Stage 1, guys.
It's expected. I think like it's Na'Vi like starting off on the right foot, but Rad like having their moments. And I think the key thing really to sort of keep an eye on is just like how both teams immediately going for like different approaches. Sure, Gambit's banned out on both sides, like Luna banned out second from the side of Rad and a little bit later for Na'Vi. They know sort of where the bread is buttered, but they need to find like unique non-mirrored advantages when they can, and Na'Vi certainly did that.
We're going to be heading into map 2 very shortly. As you can see, a good win for Na'Vi on Celestial Husk and a great performance from them. The one-sided Devil Dinosaur made a huge difference, didn't it, Lemon?
Absolutely. I mean, being able to kidnap, put so much bleed, and just really have so much sustain. I mean, the Dino has so much health. And of course, Fate was a big MVP there at the end, especially, yeah, right? that eat at the end to take away one of the strategists, I think, was the nail in the coffin.
A beautiful start. And we are going to be making our way in for map number 2 very shortly. We'll be finding out what that is. But let's talk about it. Ryan, domination out the way. We have to go to conversions or to convoy. This is the choice of Rad. Where would you like to see them head here?
Ooh, that's a tricky question. I mean, the problem with Rad in the past is like the maps that they would typically go to in preseason didn't have good win rates. Like they would go to Central Park, but they're 1-3, or Yggdrasil, where they were only 1-1. For this game too, one of the big issues, we sort of pointed it out like going into the second round from Rad, they need to find a pick onto the backline. It's only 2 eliminations against level 1 Crook and Fate. And as a Rocket and a Jeff, they're so easy to get out and disengage. And if they're really being gone on by the likes of a Daredevil, for example, who's very good at going onto a Jeff with the fact that he's so mobile, just run to your Deadpool, run to your Daredevil, run to your Devil Dinosaur. Like, you have so many, like, big brother characters that can come in and save you if they need to. And because of that, Rad struggled to get anything on the board.
Now, we did see a little bit of that Black Cat coming in earlier on, but it seemed to be abandoned as time went on, Lemon.
I think that was the right choice, because also level 1 Crook on that first round ended up going to Loki, and you imagine trying to assassinate someone that's either not a real person or invisible. Like, that was kind of painful there at the end, and Black Cat is going to be a really high skill hero to try and master, and I think it's only going to get better as the games go on.
I won't keep you any longer. We're heading into map number 2, and it will be Hall of Jalia, a Na'Vi classic here. Once again, Lemon Kiwi and Ryan Central, take it away.
A Na'Vi classic, but the Rad choice, that is worrying, especially how Rad got kicked in the dirt on that second round. But that is the nature of domination, right? You save your ults until the next round, and then sometimes you just get flooded out.
Yeah, maybe it's like you could probably see a very similar draft for Rad than what we just saw on Domination there, because it's like Ultron. If you want to start keep prioritizing that, it's a great map to play Ultron on. If you want to play more like Divey Vanguards instead of going for like Devil Dinosaur Captain America, you can go for the Venom, you go for Hulk. Deadpool Vanguard is still going to be good in some of these instances. It does feel a little bit like maybe Smashnez and Rad have an idea on how they want to approach it. But like you said, Lemon, like this isn't a bad map for Na'Vi by any stretch of the imagination. It really does feel like Rad just don't really have their home ground set up just yet. And with the fact that Lower Manhattan's in the game, a lot of teams try to go to like the new map, like Museum, to try and catch teams out. I think both of these teams would prefer to get to playoffs before they show what they have cooked up on the newest map added into the game.
And why I think the one-sided Dino was also so strong is it's one of the few Vanguards in the game that can actually be self-sufficient and self-heal, really, as he chomps down on the competition. So making it such a good anchor and making it so that you really don't need to run a triple strategist, which was the bread and butter of Rad at the beginning. But what you really need against Devil Dino is a lot of damage, and that can sometimes be lacking. They tried to go with the double damage boost with the Mantis and the Ultron, but there were some changes to Mantis. Ultron's ult is a little bit stronger, and still that wasn't enough to tilt the scales. So there's really got to be a balance between how much attention do you want to pay to the Dino, who is going to be getting a lot of heals, a lot of resources, and heal himself, or how much do you want to attack the backline, as you alluded to earlier. And just having one Black Cat wasn't enough for Rad at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm really curious on like how the draft could potentially sort of change up. Like it feels like at the moment, especially beforehand, a lot of teams might go in very different directions on what characters they want to prioritize. Beforehand, it was like, we an Elsa team or we a Gambit team? And we're going to build around that functionally. Here, it does feel like everybody's a little bit more reserved of like, okay, we're going to sort of keep it close, maybe prioritize the likes of Dino, maybe prioritize like getting stuff like the White Fox. Or we can maybe try to go for something a little bit more like open, I suppose, with like Luna, like the Black Cat sort of protects that we've been seeing from like Asia Pacific. It really is going to depend on these teams. But like, again, partway into the draft, Gambit not first banned out on the side of Rad. In fact, they want to go for the one-sided Devil Dinosaur, and they've banned out Cap as well. So now V are going to struggle with their front line.
So it's my turn with the Devil Dino stick, I guess. It's my turn on the controller, says Rad. So we'll see how much that really tilts the scales and kind of what are going to be the targets of Na'Vi now that you're facing a Dino, because it's the structure around the Dino that really matters. Looks very menacing, but it is a Vanguard that demands a lot of resources and really a team that works around him. Or you could, like I said, you can play that hybrid style of sending a Captain America, a Venom, or just anybody else to try and access that backline. So at least Terra will at least have the Star-Lord, which is one of his strongest heroes, and there's a Gambit. So that's a really strong looking composition for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a little bit like risky, I suppose, because it's like you've gone for the Ultron bans Rad again, want to try and get Smash Des over to protect onto Black Cat. So the composition is going to be probably very similar to what we just saw for like the duelists at the very least and the triple strategists. But it's the fact that you've got the Star-Lord protected from Na'Vi because Star-Lord is such a good counter to Ultron. But then because you haven't banned out Gambit to begin with, Na'Vi have access to it. So they don't have to worry with the like strategist backline. Level 1 Crook was very good on the Gambit, but it's how it can enable the rest of the team. It is going to be that final ban going on to Ultron, so Smash Des won't have access to it, but there's stuff like the Phoenix in play. He could still go for more of the like hit scanny characters whilst Crazy Kitty goes in on the Black Cat.
And I'm also liking Rajaro and Trust Me, just the way that their hero pools overlap with each other, and even a good fallback plan for Rajaro, which was kind of unique to a lot of the Vanguards in Ignite EMEA, was falling back to the EMEA. So they'll be kicking off on defense first, while we'll see Crazy Kitty back on the Black Cat, which is always going to be nice to explore an assassin on a larger map where you're expecting more space between the backline and the front line, especially on a map like Hall of Jalia, where this platform that we're bringing you through on the defense is where a lot of the backliners or a lot of the poking duelists would rather sit. And Crazy Kitty will see kind of what the pathing will be for this new hero to try and access that backline.
Feels as well like Na'Vi going to be defending first. It's been a while since we've seen Trust Me go for the Spider-Man, pull somebody off of the map play right at the beginning. I don't think we're going to start seeing it now anytime soon. But we have got Venom on the other side for like Lugia, at least to begin with. They want to go for a very dive-centric kind of combination. And whilst you have got a big dinosaur on the side of Ducky, he can leap into the action if he needs to. Trust Me is going to be just getting some information on the Deadpool Vanguard yet again. And Rajaro over on the Emma Frost is going to do a lot of hurt to Ducky if he's not careful.
So you got to be careful is the name of the game as Rad take it to the hallways in a pretty tight choke point. And they have the strategist Deadpool, which used to be so good on domination with any kind of death ball setup. So still very unique. Haven't seen it from Vertigo and is already pulling out the ult. Now Rad are still going to stomp the field and start to get that first take already claimed. There needs to be some Vanguard presence from Na'Vi. And I'm not seeing that from Trust Me and Rajaro yet. The Banhammer does come out to try and limit Rad. But now there's just no heals left from the Na'Vi defense side. Someone's maybe going to have to teleport if they want to consider recontesting here, but Rad still haven't claimed that second tick, so maybe Na'Vi have time.
Yeah, this is where it feels like things could be a problem. Like, Rad can get the elimination, sure, but can it actually load into any sort of actual takes? Whole play has been dedicated, so Na'Vi are looking to try and fight this and stall for a little bit more time because it's like just over a minute that Rad have had this on this attack, and it's looking very good. The pull away to try to take out some of these people from this like setup that Na'Vi are trying to put together. It isn't going to be enough in the end, and the payload starts moving. Rad a very quick pace on this first point.
And Ducky on the Dino, man. That was such a good gatekeep girl boss position right in front of the portal, which Navi kind of realized seconds too late. Was this winnable? Did we need the portal? Which then shifted all the roles around because Crook had to be the one that portal. You reset your ult charge, but one person we'll have our eyes on is the eagle in the sky. It's Terra, and you already see Lugia trying to mark him, but more focused on the strategist behind Terra. Terra does not care. He's now above and beyond. Rad try to bubble off, but they're caught out in the open and no chance to escape. A big double elimination from Terra as Navi stabilize.
He didn't even need the Royal Flush combination, just in its own right. Rad were just left a little bit like open in the areas. Crazy Kitty trying to get some information to work with. Now Rad's having to sort of regroup here. Again, it's like trying to take this space might be a little bit more challenging with how Navi is set up now and how brawly they want to be in this approach. But they have got these ultimates to compensate. Soul Resurgence to maybe try and go in onto this fight. And trust me, having a Banhammer is the only thing they're going to have in hand. But Silent Seduction, Royal Flush, very close to being ready as a combination.
Oh, the Soul Resurgence first. Rad will use that speed aggression, but Trust Me is still behind them, being ignored. He's now joining the enemy team, I guess. Rad will focus on what's important. It's trying to take down Jerky and the Black Cat, the cards. It was a Joker all along. But Navi will get that resurrect and try to be back at full force. And now the damage boost from Fate. They're trying to tilt the scales, and man, is it heavy! Rad just can't throw anything at Navi that they are not prepared for. As a big ult fight finally concludes, it's still Navi on top.
Managed to hold out on this. You have only got the Devil Beast Rampage now in hand for Rad as things are starting to build up again. Not really changing too much in the composition, but it's not the triple strategist that we saw beforehand. I wonder if this is going to be a big dedication for Jerky, who is able to actually go and flex onto the Black Cat himself, seeing if he can maybe just go in for a pick at the right hat in time. As Rad have to try and take this high ground. They really haven't got much further out of these spawn doors, but Jerky's been picked off in the backline. He's one of the highest casualties per 10 minutes, and that could be costly for Navi as they're a player down.
Yeah, just needing any kind of hero verticality, and it's smash against Terra at the moment, while Rad are just gonna put the red carpet down towards the second objective. And Navi are fine playing this back corner. It's Rad that need the elims, and Terra's now on an off angle. He has to fall back to the rest of the team, and Rad seem to be making pretty good pace. But as soon as they overextend, Navi are as punishing as ever. And even if you get a pick of Navi, this Rocket Raccoon has made a huge difference.
Yeah, Trust Me is looking for the height up on the high ground. He is just using his verticality perfectly, and Smashness gets taken down in the same vein. Navi adjusting after losing Jerky early on in that engagement. He's going to have a calling card fairly soon, but Rad looking to try to actually disengage. You still have 2 minutes on the clock, but you just don't want to let these ults charge up anymore. Navi cycling these perfectly. Jerky seeing if he can maybe get some bit more information, the way that he wants to try and play up on this objective. And right now, Rad are held in spawn again.
It's a tough spot, especially when you have to walk out in the open and you're trying to take some cover here in this cylinder, and you have to keep your eyes on Terra once again. 40 HP, what a punish! And this is how Rad can finally build momentum. Terra will be back thanks to the Rocket Raccoon, and Smash will still make Fate pay the ultimate price. Now 1v1 against Terra. Taking out Smash means you have the one-sided Star-Lord in the sky, and Jerky's trying to make it a one-sided Black Cat duel. And Rad just shredded to pieces by the feline as Navi take it to Rad yet again.
It really seemed like Rad there. I think it was Lugia that was like, okay, I'm just going to stand here to make sure that she can't chain onto somebody else. But the range on it was so good that she was able to jump all the way and spawn, and Jerky might have overcommitted. But it's fine because it's just stalled out Rad just a little bit longer. It's 40 seconds now on the clock. And that was off the back of using that Galactic Legend. You were hoping that to find the picks. Crazy Kitty switching over towards the Daredevil, having to let the Devil out. Maybe with the Unamplify might be enough of a damage boost to go in onto this fight, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. Going onto the back line, but the Emma is going to use a Sonic Seduction. There's no barriers to really stop this. So it's a great way to sort of displace and disrupt this whole fight from Rad. It's an absolute mess with 20 seconds left.
It's a bloodbath, and Rad are looking very unhealthy. They need to see a fight win, and it's a Kumiho form that could be their last option, and maybe a Banhammer coming up soon. Now they're just trying to follow along with Lugia Goat, making a ton of space, while Na'Vi trying to take shelter, and Rajavro's so low. Finally, the elims, the executions. Rad needed this. Not just a clean fight, but a clean win, because it's overtime, and Point B is ahead of them. Maybe, yeah, I guess Na'Vi are just gonna perish on the payload, and finally Rad cap, which felt like it took an eternity, and that time bank is going to suffer because of it.
Yeah, this is where it gets into like fine lines on this point. Like the objective could be stopped anywhere, and then it's just a case of Na'Vi having to try and beat it. Right, getting to this point, they're going to be happy with it, but it's how much time that Na'Vi managed to waste. Considering it was like a 90 seconds first point take, Na'Vi are going to be happy with how much that they were able to stall. Composition changes, looking like they want to just keep it the same for Na'Vi, for ultimates that they've been built up. Obviously, Trust Me going to still be over on the Deadpool as it's been reset from spawn anyway. But it's whether Ducky can like close this distance. Right now, he is having to sort of play a little bit at a further pace. And a Galactic Legend for Smashnez, that could be a key thing. Jerky's seeing if he can actually sort of sneak into the backline, diving for it with all of the connections there. It's a perfect sort of hit through, and he's trying to get into the face of the Galactic Legend, but it's not going to be enough to stop Smashnez. Never mind, Trust Me uses the Banhammer, takes him out completely, and Jerky's going to use his ultimate in response.
Yeah, the Terra versus Smash 1v1 continues, but it's Terra all day. The immediate cancel on the Smash Galactic Legend, as Rad were already playing with such hesitation, trying to cower away from Terra's upcoming Galactic Legend, and then Rad, I mean, gave up so much space, and now Na'Vi are back in the driver's seat as Rad emerge once again with a Vanguard ultimate and the damage boost from Vertigo. That's what's going to make the difference, as Jerky hopes to take down the resources behind Rad, but the damage boost is still into effect, and Jerky's about to become the victim, but still he thrives and he lives, and you can't say the same about Rad, and this could be where the trail ends. Still 3 remain for the offense as the EMEA drags them to their inevitable defeat, and Rad at least have a lot of health going, which means time for those respawns to add to the fight.
Not much time left now. Rad is still in control at the very least, and getting level with Crook there, he's going to stall him out a little bit more in the end, and there's no ultimates really at all for Na'Vi to sort of rely on here. Crazy Kitty, having let the devil out, might just be able to shutter Na'Vi Vincere from the doors of this spawn room. He's right into the center of it. We've been used to these like Black Cat-like montages, but Crazy Kitty showing that in a hallway, Daredevil is still prone to being the top dog. Na'Vi holding on, they're trying to go for this fight in the end, but they're losing players. Jerky goes down again.
Gotta touch soon. Rad are making a ton of space. The Dido leads the charge. The Kumiho form is turning Rad into a winning position, and Na'Vi just barely keeping up. At least their strategists have line of sight. Crook needs to get the Raging Royal Flush, or Na'Vi will not hold on anymore. Rad also needs to keep on the payload, because overtime could fall away at any moment, and man, Jerky just got snapped like a twig, and Rad will finally claim the entirety of Hall of Jalia with no time remaining.
I mean, finishing the map is a testament in itself. It's still doable, and like Na'Vi have had good results on this map previously. It's just not been a map that they've played a huge amount in the end. It's like been 2 wins, 1 loss. So it's not really like too much to shout about. Like it's usually like Museum that they've really sort of made their home, which probably explains why Rad wanted to go to something like Convergence to change it up. The first point, perfect take for Rad. The stall out was solid in the end from Na'Vi. It felt that they basically had all options like rendered. They had all of the control that they needed. They were cycling their ultimates perfectly and sort of reading exactly what Rad had available. But just as like last brutal fights, the switch over, I think, from Daredevil for Crazy Kitty did a lot too to just give it that going power and just get a little bit more in the faces of Na'Vi that were trying to bide their time, create some space, let Jerky go into the backline, Terrafam up his ultimate. When it was a little bit more like in their faces, Na'Vi started to flounder a little bit more. 9 eliminations against Jerky. He is playing a more aggressive character, sure, but it's the timing of them that is really starting to like maybe cause issues.
And you're hoping that has transferable skills, because he was such a formidable Daredevil in the preseason. So he's slotting in on the Assassin. Terra gets to continue be on his comfort picks. But I also wonder how playing Gambit is into Dino because, man, that Dino has so much sustain. Are you really willing to invest the double cards to get the anti-heal on the Dino and put basically all your resources, all your damage into the Dino, or how much do you really want to crunch from all sides? So we'll see Na'Vi on attack now and Jerky's on the off angle.
Well, yeah, but for like Gambit before, it's like, okay, we're going to run like triple vanguards and just heal to sort of farm up these ultimates. Dino, you kind of like, I'm just going to shoot him. Like, there's so much like actual like ult charge I can get from this potentially. And you've got very squishy duelists that are in this line. So Na'Vi going for something a little bit more brittle. And you can see the Black Hat trying to get set up, but it was a nice sort of peel away from Crazy Kitty, trying to control the high ground, making sure that Na'Vi can't take this fight from multiple positions. But trust me, farms up the Banhammer so fast, he's pushed Rad all the way back, and they're at least going to get a third.
And Ducky's trying to peel for the backline too, so Rad have given up so much space. It's almost a second tick from Na'Vi, and there really hasn't been any eliminations, maybe until now. Ducky's stunned and still barely chomping away, and Rad needs to deny this final take, and as the fight gets longer, Rajaro only gets stronger at 100 energy, no shield for Lugia, and means no teleport opportunity for Rad. Man, Na'Vi, they just bulldoze this defense.
You know, it's the different cases here, like, oh, well, Rad had a really good fast point. Like, that could be the difference maker. Nope, Na'Vi have just been able to do it faster. And, like, one of the things, even though we've seen Deadpool be, like, nerfed in, like, recent seasonal patches, it really is the fact that, like, you can still farm up Banhammer so quickly to begin with. And the fact that that ultimate made the difference, Rad had to respect it. They gave up so much space as a composition that wants to really, like, close the distance and be hard to move. Na'Vi were able to go on it, and they want to try and continue this momentum with a calling card. It dashes through multiple, and with level 1 Crook, with the helm, the help, he's able to get one before he's, like, traded in the end. But Jerky is just forcing Rad away, and the space has to be given up again.
That was huge from Ducky, just the peeling Dino supremacy. Bubbles off the team, they all group up, and Jerky, he is relentless. He will not give up or surrender. As Na'Vi, this is just a flow state like we've never seen. They are winning every fight. They are doing it swiftly. They're about to cap the second point, and there really wasn't that much of a fight from Rad. All they did was survive, but just barely. Now Na'Vi just capped, and they have 6 minutes for the end of the map.
They're still going, and it just feels like we're watching Jerky's perspective here. You have the Raging Royal Flush, too. Like, Cloak and Dagger have to dedicate the Eternal Bond to just create some space to make sure that they don't get stuck inside this little hut. They get the pick onto Jerky, but, like, there's going to be enough there in the end, actually, to try and go in for this fight. Beerback's going to bring him straight back into the fray. And Na'Vi, because it's been this, like, forward hold and this pressure, just finding these picks over and over again, Na'Vi have so many ultimates in the back pocket that they don't need to use. It's only stopped now.
You have to play this back corner if you're Rad, because the EMEA charm, the EMEA ult is about to drag you all into it. Lugia needs a healthy shield, because that is the only thing that could protect Rad from this upcoming EMEA ult. And if who is going to stop Terra? Smash is no longer mirroring that. He has given up. He's taking an heal, but man, Terra, take a seat. Immediately flushed down. And Rad's defense, it has to stand tall here and now. And, well, Rajaro is behind the defense with the EMEA charm, and it's an all-out war. Rad panic. They pop 3 ults, and it's enough to get the elimination feed back in their favor. But Na'Vi have respawn advantage and time. The power of friendship on their side, I guess, but they are trying to still head for the hills against this Dino.
Yeah, it's just all of the AoE ultimates used in quick tandem. Like, let the devil out, Devil Beast Rampage, you've got medicated and just running it down through that back line of Na'Vi, just straight through the center. But this is a quick, like, riposte, actually. Trust me, going for the Banhammer this early. Agamotto's going to be used, and it connects onto Trust Me only, but it allows the pick. Everybody else starting to go down, however. Na'Vi have the player advantage for the time being, and they're very low down on these, like, ultimate charges. Big things dedicated in the end. A Jerky spotting these, like, low health targets, seeing if he can go for the picks and the eliminations. He clears up Rad. They're forced to reset again. The payload is going to move with 3 minutes on the clock.
Rajaro huge with the EMEA shield to block off most of that Eye of Agamotto, along with the Diamond Form, which, well, makes you immune to that. Na'Vi's 6 minutes has now been dwindled down to almost half of that, and a big damage boost. Jerky, I mean, he's wide awake as Rad, we're just leaving the spawn room. They haven't even come up with a game plan. You could try to put Jerky Ducky into a slumber, but it's Rad that need to come out of hibernation. They are still just barely getting through this choke point. At least Rad only lost a few, but Na'Vi, the finish line in sight with a huge time bank to spare, as of course the healing all comes down from Vertigo, but just gets immediately punished. Rad, they just barely have any resources. Now it's just about delaying. You do so with the double bubble of the Deadpool and the Dino, while Na'Vi take to the skies. It's Terra the Galactic Legend once again, and Rajaro gets all the finishing hits that they need. And Rad are still maybe having a chance to contest. There's 2 members next to the objective, but now no longer. Almost a 3-minute time bank against 0 seconds against Rad.
Yeah, extra time being added on for Rad to have a good go of this attacking side again. And Na'Vi, it's just a way that they're able to actually like play off of each other. You've got this like high-paced like strategist backline, like Rocket and Gambit very much want to sort of set these paces with the ultimates, the damage boost. Terra's going to be sort of dipping and diving around in the air. Jerky, as we were consistently watching just in the backline, absolutely tear through people. I think it is just more like the Vanguards. It really does feel like, yeah, you've got these like, the fact that you can run like Captain America non-mirrored available to you, you still don't need it, right? You just go for like the Deadpool Vanguard, you go for the likes of Emma Frost, which we were talking about before this, like very strong at the moment, certainly on maps like this. And Rajaro has just been one of the key pickups. It's just how, again, little the backline has gone down of Fate and Level 1 Crook. A little bit more than a domination map, but that's kind of to be expected with their defense.
And you can see that Smash is still trying to cement himself into this game, and his damage looks like that because he also swapped to Mantis. They were running triple strat, just trying to damage boost their duelist on the Daredevil here, and that was Crazy Kitty. So it was really tough for Rad. I like how they were really peeling for their backline, but then your Dino kind of running back to your strategist. Na'Vi just ran the entire game, and it forces Lugia to have to play something with a shield against the Emma ult, which cannot go uncontested. So we'll see how far Rad can get with the only minute they have.
I like that you mentioned Smashless as well, because that head-to-head between him and Terra, it's like 7th and 8th on the list of like the damage that they did in a 10-minute mark of preseason. Like Smashless has been putting up the performances, but Terra is obviously the more household name that people know and expect him from. It's just whether Rad can like turn these performances in a very different meta with how this is looking. You have the Devil Dinosaur. We expected Ducky to be good on it, but the problem is he's a little bit surrounded. He's going to be taken out in the end as Terra is going to be able to go for these picks. And now looking for the Deadpool Vanguard on the other side of Lugia, able to find the elimination and only 20 seconds left. Strange Ball has to come out.
And yes, it has to come out. Ducky got bubbled off from his strategist, didn't realize what was happening until it was too late, and no one to really heal from. Seconds remain. Lugia's now on the Strange, but the rest of the army has fallen. Dead in a ditch, nowhere to be found. Rad, with the only minute that they have, keep really suffering against Na'Vi's proactivity. And now it will be the end of Rad's attack. At least what's remaining on the point.
the pixel they have, yeah.
And Na'Vi are just ready to surround them and conquer. So no objective progress at all for Rad.
It just means that they're playing for a draw, and Na'Vi having almost 4 minutes, pretty much the same amount of time back that they would have had at the start of this map on an attacking side, minus 15 seconds to go for this again. And yeah, it's like Rad had taken the high ground very nicely. It's they were posturing right, but because of the time bank, like Na'Vi just went for a very quick like push. Ducky was caught out of position. His like sight lines of the strategists behind him were completely eliminated. So the big tank goes down, those ultimates get farmed up, and it's very easy for Terra and Jerky to find the targets that they need to dive on to go for the picks.
Pound for pound, Na'Vi across the board, best in role and a meta that is very much suiting them. And I like to see that Jerky has been able to step up. I mean, there's so many spotlights on this team, and Jerky was not at the top of the conversation all the time. But if he becomes like this really insane Black Cat, who has really been feared as a hero that could take over the meta, then Jerky could really cement himself as the Na'Vi MVP going forward, and would give them such a wealth of options of strategies, whether you want to play a more front-to-back style with Poke and a Dino, or have maybe some integration of some flankers and some assassins with the Black Cat. So I love what Na'Vi are doing.
not really having to change up much. It seems that this composition is what they've realistically been going for. So Navi's showing like different sides of it, like Rad committing to like the 2-2-2 a lot more this time than we saw in Domination. It'll be a very fast series in this best of 3, but it means that Rad get the tough game out of this group, or one of the tough games out of this group, out early. But they have a hell of a time to actually try and hold in this objective. Trust me, he's taken a good amount of damage, but the high ground taken and this Aegis from Emma Frost actually allowing so much space, and Ducky gets picked off again, Lemon.
And the anti-heal from the Gambit, the Emma shield behind, like Na'Vi downloaded the kryptonite to this dino, sends them back to the fossils, and Rad will have to portal in if they just, or maybe they want to raise the white flag. Na'Vi dominate on Hall of Jalia, end the Celestial Husk with 100-0, and end this series with a 2-0 against Rad. Na'Vi will be at the top of Group A.
At least to begin with, like Rad struggling here, but it's up against the champions of preseason, and like I think that's the main thing that was missing from Rad, who had a really good performance like preseason. Like it was that win against like Virtus Pro, that comeback mentality, and like Virtus Pro sort of starting to really panic a little bit more. But outside of that game, certainly against the bigger squads, like they just didn't have much of an in. It felt like it was like not able to get maps against like Team Heretics and Na'Vi and such. That's just like a fine way to start. You have good VOD review like material there to see what they did meta wise, whether you want to go for those positions and whether you want to go for those fights.
Well, I want to go and see what Tetcher's up to, because wow, Na'Vi, we wanted to see what they could do in the group stage, and man, they showed it.
I really want to bring up something that Ryan said in those games a lot, and that is just, we did see Jerky go down a lot. Jerky pulled off some of the most insane Black Cat plays I have seen, but I do agree, there was those a couple times where it felt like when he went down, the timing wasn't the best, and that did give Rad a lot of momentum. But, God, trust me, Crook, Terra, and even Jerky, in times, everyone on this Na'Vi team is playing to their peak right now, and what an incredible series between those two teams. But again, moments of brilliance from Rad Lemon.
Yeah, I think it was really cool to see what they were able to do on the Devil Dino, but also it's not just how can you play the Dino, but how do you counter it? And yeah, Lugia and Ducky looked good in tandem, but once Navi started blocking off the heals from the Dino, you saw that Ducky wasn't really being communicated to on when there was trouble behind him. It was all chaos in the Rad camp, and the Dino finally was falling a lot quicker once Navi really found the weakness out of Rad.
And that weakness seems to be hit it really hard, right, Ryan?
I mean, that's pretty much the way that they've been playing so far. But it's like, at this point, if your other teams that are watching, like Na'Vi, like you're looking at like the drafts, like, okay, what are they trying to prioritize? I don't think it matters that much, really. Like, strategists, you have the most flexible, most unorthodox backline out there. The Vanguards are happy, like, to not have Devil Dino or Captain America, as we saw in that first domination map. There's so many good options now that people haven't quite worked it out. The Na'Vi can be very flexible, fluid, and not realistically show like their big strategies. They're just experimenting through this group stage like they have done, and the fact that they won so dominantly against a strong Rad side that are usually good on the meta says a lot.
Something I do want to bring up here is when we came into the series, there was a lot of stuff we were looking at, including like how good is Black Cat going to be, how do we deal with Devil Dinosaur, but something that a lot of people I feel might have like got lost in the shuffle here is how good Star-Lord's going to be with the new ammo increase he got for his basics, and how good that Deadpool was going to be. And my MVP for that game is definitely Trust Me, because that Deadpool was incredibly effective. Very solid performance, was able to get some great unicorn bubbles to actually isolate people and get those pickoffs with the actual damage output, and was of course able to just focus onto Smash Snares to actually prevent a lot of damage output coming out with those bad hammers on Vanguard Deadpool. I mean, look at the statistics, 32k damage but between both of the Vanguards, only a little bit behind Terra and Jerky Lemon.
It was really cool to see Terra just be back on the Star-Lord. It's like preseason never ended. You just get to continue this chapter, which is amazing. But what's so scary about Na'Vi as well is this Vanguard line and that hero overlap, where I felt like it was a lot of Rajaro on the Vanguard Deadpool, but now that Rajaro's kind of owning this Emma, gets to follow through on the hours he already put in the preseason on her, really just toppled the Dino, and it really didn't actually come down to actually toppling and diamond forming the Dino, but just really good shield placements, even against the Eye of Agamotto from Rad. So I loved Rajaro's play here today.
And looking at some of these highlights from that incredible way to start off EMEA here in Marvel Rivals Ignite Year 2. And that Deadpool was piling on the pressure. You saw so many attempts from both sides. Lugia as well, really trying to support Nucky and give some extra pressure. But Terra was ruling the sky, taking advantage of every time Rajwa and Trust V gave them space, every distraction Jerky gave. Na'Vi, when they got the momentum, they looked unstoppable, but Rad did stop them from time to time, right?
Yeah, and it's like they had their sort of game plan. They wanted to play around the Devil Dinosaur with Ducky, and, you know, you sort of look at it as like, yeah, Ducky went down a lot, certainly in like those first engagements, but I think it was like Smashdays that had more eliminations against him, right? He's playing Star-Lord, which means that a lot of those fights that he's trying to go in onto the backline of Na'Vi, not only is he not getting the picked, but he's getting punished as a result, right? So it feels like for Rad, like, it is just that, like, out of syncness. Like, you could look at it and go, like, oh, Ducky's just getting absolutely, like, farmed on the Devil Dinosaur. He's been isolated. But that's to be expected. Like, that's the negative to the character, is that you have to pump resources into him to try and keep him going. The problem is that everybody else was going down as a result, and Na'Vi just, they pick their fights clinically. That's the main thing. It doesn't matter where you're weakest. If there's blood in the water, you know that Jerky's going to sniff it out.
We're going to be having Jerky in for an interview the moment they are ready. But let's actually talk about it. We saw both teams running the Black Cat for a little bit here, and we're seeing so much creativity. What's standing out to you, Lemon?
Just kind of what people are pivoting to when they don't have the dino available. I like that Rad kind of went with the Hulk as like a, well, he's big and he is big and scary. He's got a lot of health and he do be jumping. He just don't be grabbing people unless he's in his ult form. But yeah, there were some good moments. I still think the meta is going to cement itself, and even it's not everyone going to be running the same thing, obviously because pick bans, but every team really found their own identity. And I think Rad just always are falling back to the triple strat, which was fine, but I also feel like this is a meta where you really need two strong duelists because there are some very chunky Vanguards that you have to get through, and two bubbles, especially if you're running the Vanguard Deadpool and the Dino.
It looks like Jerky is instead going to be focusing on the postgame with his team, so instead we're going to be heading to a break, which means you're going to get into our second series all the sooner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아득한 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를
We have not seen her in-game yet, but we have available in-game for you the Penny Parker freshman costume. Yet another incredible Penny skin is available for you all. And quite frankly, it's gorgeous. Available from today all the way until June 19th. make sure to jump into game right now and get your hands on this incredible Penny Skin, who, at least in the quick match, is quite effective against the Dino, because hitting them with the Cyber Web Snare is quite effective. But now let's talk about the future. We are once again back with me, your host and your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Ryan Central, as we get prepared for our second series of the day. And it is going to be the Lions versus Alter Esports. Lemon Kiwi, we have two teams who have played quite well during the preseason, now getting to meet each other in Stage 1.
And this is the first match. Everyone's been working so hard on the scrims, trying to figure out Dino, trying to figure out Black Cat, and what are going to be your picks and bans. A lot of the players are saying that is the most important part, what you get to play in the game, Ryan, but the Lions look scary.
Very much so. This is a team I think that surprised a lot of people as Vision in the preseason with being able to get through to playoffs and having some really just solid performances, like some dominant wins against teams that were also clawing for a playoffs position, but also just like players that are developing at a good rate. The main thing I suppose is here is like no longer like Vision, you've got Lions, you've got some of the change-ups as well. Like Ziad into the roster, Gainer's going to be out and subbed. Pretty much the same team as we saw last time.
And Lemon, talk to me about Alter. This is a team that came second in MRC and had a pretty solid showing during preseason.
Yeah. I mean, Alter, the finish in the preseason, not making it out of groups, their only win, it was tough. It was tough. A tough group against Heretics and Na'Vi, two grand finalists in their group. But they do add Frankie Boxing as a new Vanguard joining this lineup. So I'm looking forward to seeing kind of how this team is going to gel together, because I think this is a fantastic meta for Team Captain as a Captain America player all around that brawl. Frankie Boxing most likely going to be owning on that Dino, really trying to expand his hero pool and also be known as something outside of the Angela OTP. He's really showed us how strong he is on the Magneto and the Doctor Strange especially. And from the scrims and what the trials we saw from Alter, the communication structure on this team looks so much better with this new addition. So I'm excited to see how the new and improved Alter this season.
As am I. There is so much for us to see from there. We've seen a lot of potential from Frankie Boxing on some of their previous games that we've had the joy of casting, including when they were on Team Peps. But as usual, we start off with a domination map, and a predetermined one at that. And Ryan, it's back to Celestial Husk.
Yeah, it's basically like the boiling pot, I think, for EMEA of like how good are your like fundamentals. Like it has some really good points for playing more this back to front, everybody grouping up on top of each other style, but there are some moments where you can dive. The problem, I think, for both these teams is that Alter Esports didn't win a single game of domination at all in preseason, and it was few and far between for Vision back then, now Lions, who were 0-2 on Celestial Husk. Both teams have not won on this map so far this year. One needs to change that, is going to change that.
Oh, and we're ready. We're ready to get into this game already, and it's our second match out of the 3, and we're still continuing with Group A. And hey, Na'Vi looked really good, but now Lions and Alter kind of need to find their footing with their own roster shakeups, if you will. And I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on someone like Whoops, who I think looks so well within a core of a team, on the Elsas, just anything in a hit scan mechanical way. But Alter were also a team that really relied on the triple strategist, with Monarch being a really formidable Mantis at the time.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that like Zerx versus Whoops as a head-to-head is a really good one too. Like, it's easy to kind of just go a duelist versus a duelist in a head-to-head, but these are like two players that like have been building up from like MRCs previously. They're both from like the Middle Eastern region, so it's like these are players that like we need to start getting used to seeing them pop off a lot more, and we could see them like either like grow as players, go on to like bigger, like more established organizations, I suppose. Like, I'm not saying anything about like Alter Esports in particular, but I mean more like these could be like just the household names of like duelist roles in the same way that Terra is. We just don't know that yet. The problem here is like how much can you sort of build around them at this point? And I guess for me, it's like Monarch. Like he was a player that was a lot of the triple strategist beforehand. Are they going to still commit to that on the side of Lions? Oh, sorry, on the side of Alter Esports? Or are you going to go for a bit more 2-2-2 and be a bit more offensive?
That's the thing, right? It feels like the Lions roster, such a young team too. I think a lot of 17-year-olds around there. So it's like this is just the beginning of their career, but also how much experience comes into play and maturity. And when you have like high stakes, high pressure matches, when it's only a best of 3, there's only so much time to lock in, to communicate what you need to adapt, what you need to improve. And we'll see how it works out for the Lions, who really also want to make their Arabic community proud, being an all Arabic squad.
Yeah, I mean, you've also, like, so I got baited by this a little bit because I thought Gainer was out on the team on a substitute because that's what it says in game, which would have made sense for the addition of Ziad that came in from MRC because he's a Vanguard player. One of the things that Gainer was saying in interviews is he's the only one that doesn't speak Arabic. So the communication coordination is hard. Like, the team speaks pretty good English, but naturally, when 5 of them all speak the same language natively, they're going to want to go for that. So I assume that Gainer would be out, but instead he's going to be in for this game. A really good player. Like, he's the experience that really helped these guys perform. Looking at the draft, however, this is kind of what we expected it to be more like, right? Like, Mantis and Luna taken out, more of a White Fox priority, so you don't have that team up with Luna. But Invisible Woman is going to be protected instead on the side of Lions, which are the top seed.
Which, like I've mentioned before, Invis is not as strong in the meta due to that bleed that the Dino gives, making sure that she cannot go invisible. In the double jump, you're able to actually chase after her, and that invisibility is such a huge part. And we might actually get a one-sided Invisible Woman, as a big part of the core Vanguard line of Alter is running the Dino and the Captain America, and maybe some variations around that. So we'll see what the style will be from the Lion squad. And these are 2 teams that have new additions to their Vanguard line, and we're entering a whole new world when it comes to Vanguard with the addition of Dino.
It's going to be that last band of Invisible Woman. So you're right, one-sided, both teams having access to Dino. Really is like a case of, like, we saw a lot of priority from this from Lions before with the Invisible Woman. Like, QB and Rex are both really good, like, strategists to work with. You've got the copy too. But one thing that they were consistently going for was, like, invisible boundaries as a way to try to catch the enemy as they were disengaging. Because you have the slow on the radius, they're like, we're going to plant this invisible boundary on top of their backline, because they're going to be like, oh, I need to get out of here. They're going to be slow, they're going to be caught out, and that means that that dive could be a little bit more, like, existing. Like, this Lions team want to play dive, they want to play pacey. It's whether Alter Esports try to dedicate to triple strategist more, or whether they want to try and go for something a bit more suited to Brawl.
And I think I look towards the big leaders, if you will, the cores of these rosters, Ziad and Team Captain. These are 2 people that have really done everything for their rosters. Now Ziad gets joined with a new core. Team Captain, I mean, flexed to literally every Vanguard under the sun, but wants to be able to stick to his comfort picks. And I think that Frankie Boxing really just complements Team Captain really well, and is able to step up as a very vocal player, which I think Alter Esports need that kind of structure. But Lions have been a unit together for a while, so we'll see how they pair with Ziad as we kick off Celestial Husk.
Frankie Boxing going to be on the Dino, Team Captain on the Captain America aptly, but there was a lot of Angela from Frankie Boxing over on Peps on this map in particular too, where they played more of like an aerial combat, but this one very much down on the ground. Frankie Boxing hunkering onto the objective, and you can just sort of see that the rest of the Lions, Ziad is going to be playing alongside Gainer in this one, so it's like Teller that's going to be on the bench here. A bit of a change around, but Gainer is going to go and try and onto the dive composition, and Satan, Black Cat, interested to see how he does.
The Dino, I mean, there's a style with the Captain America where you're trying to be able to flank and to put pressure on the backline while the Dino really anchors the objective. So this first cap is going to be very important while the Lions are already suffering a lot of damages. Rex is very low. Whoops is behind on the Star-Lord, and this is his moment to shine and also fade back into the shadows. And Alter, have they made enough space? Have they made enough of a splash to get the first cap? Still being recontested, and that's the beauty of having Gainer on the Venom as that substitute now stepping in. Backhands Exo. So hard to be able to nail down the Loki, but brought back to life thanks to the Rocket Raccoon. Mostly left in a 6 versus 6, but now Rex finally gets executed. Such a victim of all this damage that Alter has been putting out, and surely that means a cap now for Alter.
Yeah, they've gone for more like offensive capabilities and no ultimates naturally needed, right? Like they're still building them up at the early point. Neither team is running a Deadpool, so it's the fact that they're able to take this objective and be built up a good amount to the likes of a Yarn Amplifier. You've got the got a Mischief copy available for Exo 2 if he wants to. And then the Freedom Charge, like 3 very good sustain ultimates. If the fight gets a bit too dicey on point, you can just play around the Devil Rampage. Rex gets CC'd and stunned out from Monarch, who is going to be playing on this Phoenix, can disengage if he wants to, but both duelists having ultimates ready, looking to go for the picks.
And the extra health was already popped from Gainer, so he'll have to take a seat. Maybe Rex needs to pop the invisible boundary just to get them some real estate as Monarch lets it rain into the caves. Lions will be as ever so patient. The invisible boundary from the QB copy as now the Star-Lord's on the hunt, and Gainer's already popped the extra health. Doesn't want to have to pop the ult. Rejoins the team, and Alter are just playing cat and mouse, and it's Lions that are looking like prey as whoops from above will keep Lions trapped. And that invisible boundary will not allow Lions to step forward towards the objective. A good kidnap from Frankie, and Lions are really floundering on what they have to do next. It's a good Phoenix ult to remove one of the strategists from Alter, especially when EXO had ult. So Lions may have an opening here.
Yeah, they might just, but it's the fact that this has taken so long and been a big ult dedication. If you're ulted, it's like, hold off, we've got a mischief, don't use it. We don't need to over-dedicate onto this fight anymore. The Lions, it was the copies over for the invisible boundaries, but it was the nice adjust as the Endsong Inferno came out from Monarch. That's when Rex was able to put down his own invisible boundary in a defensive position, but also allow his team to springboard onto the objective. You can see just how much the Dino is so pesky at pulling people out of those invisible boundaries too. Galactic Legend now going to be used from Lions to see if they can get this advantage a little bit longer. It has to be respected. The combination, the copy even, is going to go over onto the Yarn Amplifier, which means that there's a more offensive capability from Alter. Lions try to go for a pick, but they now have to disengage and they lose two.
And they just pushed away the Galactic Legend. The big win condition from Lions. Really good bubbles and just protection from Alter. And even despite Rex giving over the Invisible Woman's shield to the Galactic Legend, Alter, they just bunker up, and now they're on the objective, 75%, one last fight, and you have two duelist ultimates from the Alter side. You see Whoops ready to greet them at the front, and an ult, and even an alternate angle, I should say, from Whoops. That has been really his style. Asadam won't have the ult, but we'll have to check him at the door, mark him as best as possible. We'll see where the Phoenix lands, and it gets Lions nice and low and hesitant on how to step forward. As now you got that initial copy, QB deciding what he wants to do. The invisible boundary will claim half the objective, allowing the Lions to stand tall as best as they can, and Frankie is too slow in the midst of that. Whoops is going to try and find a trade. He's above the strategist, but now a second invisible boundary has been surmounted, and Lions should be stable, and they flip the point.
Yeah, it gets picked off at the end there too. Now Lions having control again. A good fight in the end, and you build it up another Galactic Legend for Satam. Don't really have this strategist ultimates. That's the problem. You've used both the copy and the invisible boundary itself, so now it's just for Alter. You're at 98%. You're able to just go for like one team fight. There's not going to be enough sustain. Again, is still dicey with death. He has to play in the Venom. He wants to be consistently disengaging and getting in and out as and when he can. But now Whoops seeing if he could just try to go into this backline, find a selective target, and he finds QB perfectly to find the opening.
Oh, and it's so tough to be able to grab a Star-Lord, especially with those iframes. And man, Captain is sick of these clones. He's sick of your backline and Alter. They just surround them, pick them apart. And the Lions are looking like cubs out here. They still have control of the point, but really for not much longer. Gainer's last hurrah will mean they will succumb the cap. Gainer needed to maybe keep contesting until a portal from QB comes through. And they now, okay, we'll have to swap some people around to get the double strategists, and Satam at a distance will give a kicking chance to the Lions, but this Dino has been a problem, and Alter can keep thriving thanks to this Vanguard that can anchor as best as they can. And man, the peels from Rex and Ziad, pretty solid, and now Frankie has to fall back to the rest of Alter. This is...
Yeah, the Paul has even been dedicated to now, so it's not even going to be some space like Lions having the point flipped over in favor of Volta means that they weren't able to progress it to 99%. So there's a bit of a window here. Yam Amplifier is going to be used from Hatro to try and go in for this fight. And Monarch is building an Eye of Agamotto at a pretty good pace. You have got a copy as well that's going to go in for yet another Yam Amplifier after this, I believe. So yeah, this is just constant like damage has been put out. It's still, however, Zerx that is able to get the pick. He can't have the end song to try and fight for it, but also have given and respected a lot of space.
And this damage boost from the rocket is so strong against these melee Vanguards. You really need to have a duelist take care of that, which Alter don't seem to have the option to. But Whoops with the Galactic Legend zones out the Lions.
Oh no, Rex.
Huge double! The invisible boundary has been removed, and so have the Lions, as Alter will claim the first round of Celestial Husk.
I mean, that's one thing that you could say about like Frankie Steiner. Like, he understands the assignment. There's an invisible woman on the other team. Boundary gets used. I'm taking her out of it. I'm finding a way to just grab her, take her out, like apply that bleed, and just instantly, as soon as Rex got that ultimate, it went up, he went down. It went down. Everything sort of fell through. But I really like that team play of like Alter. They go through the portal. There's very little time. Not too panicked. The point is flipped. Yan amplified to help him get across the point, and then another one straight afterwards. And then you're not waiting for the Star-Lord ultimate. You're not trying to bank on like going for this like perfect like rainy day play. It's just, we're going to use these one at a time sequentially because Lions will not have the resources to keep up with it. And if they do, we know how to play around Frankie Boxing and the Dino. Perfectly played from Alter, who are just one round away from getting their first win on Domination this year.
And the majority of the casualties on the Lions side have been on that back line. So then you really got to give credit to team captain and these moments of knowing when to put the pressure on those strategists and when to trust your new Vanguard that you've just brought up to really anchor the objective. So Lions, they have a lot of damage though. We'll see if they continue to run the double duelist. And now Saddam is on the Black Cat. And we've seen a lot of these Daredevil or melee specialists really try to own the Black Cat, but QB gets owned by Whoops as Alter have damage raining in from all sides. And of course you have the bubbles being popped. Ziad is really blocked away from his team as Saddam is still trying to find the moment to shine on the flank, but Alter are working towards that first cap. There's actually both strategists from Alter just got removed. Saddam, now this is the time to step into the spotlight. Basically solo wins that fight, makes it now the third elimination that this Black Cat has, and Alter have to pay attention.
Fight won in the end for Lions. Alter like building some progression here, so they might just stall this out a little bit more. Endsong Inferno's a heck of a dedication though to just try to like keep this going more of like a disengage, but it's going to be right into the center of the fight. You got the Venom that's going to eat up, the Feast of the Abyss is going to be used, and QB's able to IGL pick himself another two. It's Jeff is needed, but the counterattack has come in, and whilst Lions have flipped this back, there are a couple of players down. And now, like, Alter might be able to get a window. The problem is that they're not the paciest kind of composition when they have the Devil Dinosaur to go in first. So they have to try to, like, regroup. They've got people in this fight.
Ooh.
And the dive is really good from Gainer in the backline. It's just whether he can get out or not.
Well, Ziad is by himself. No, okay, he's got QB at the end, and can't underestimate what the Jeff can do to hold back against the dive. And team captain, he will be relentless and try to suffocate these strategists as QB has to fade away. And now see who he can throw off the map. While Saddam, I mean, he's been the big MVP for the Lions and continues to be what strikes gold for this Lions squad to force a round 3. Alter seemingly dead in the water at this point. Will need to work up towards some ults, and Monarch's gonna make the swap.
Yeah, switch over as well, like QB just onto the Jeff, so you don't have the Loki copies, but you do have that symbiotic shenanigans combination in play. And really, like QB, he's the main voice on this team. He's the one that has been called out as being the difference maker to go for these like good timings on fights, how they want to position. They have control of the high ground now, so Alter have to try and respect that. And now it's a good portion of percentage that they've been able to try and get onto the board. Alter having good ultimates, Yan Amplify, Galactic Legend, probably the combination they're looking for. One's going to be used first, but they immediately use Monarch on the other side. It's going to be traded, but the Vera back is going to bring in Monarch, so the player advantage is going to be on the side of Alter.
All right, let's see if Alter can be the kings of the hill, but they only have 15%, and Lions one fight away. They slam down with Zerg, so now it's his time to show up, and Whoops has so much on his plate, and he's trying to put Rex in the death note, and all of Alter are committed to the plan. And Exo with the damage boost should be enough, as now people are getting tossed off the map, but just not enough of a throw from the Dino. But Team Captain will get the big finish and send Lions packing in this fight. But there's still a gap in the score that Alter have to overcome.
Yeah, it's how much that they can hold on here. Like for ultimates, are you going to try to change up anything more? Only like QB switching over towards the Rocket now, so you don't have that team up with Jeff and Venom, but what you do have is more some like offensive capabilities. They're also maybe feeling the burden now, Monarch being over on the Daredevil, that distance is being like closed up, that they need to go for something that's going to be a little bit more pacier and disengaging these fights. But Alter building up percentage, they have to hold on, let the Devil out. It's going to be used pretty early on in the engagement, but it's a reset. It has to be for Lions. It's crazy. Monarch has cut through all of them.
Oh my god, the proactivity. I mean, the calling is on point for Alter to make sure as soon as Lions come out of their den, they will regret it. And that just buys only a little bit of time for Alter, and fairly inexpensive.
Now, how much of this fight is going to keep going Lions' way? They still wanted to try and engage onto this, and now the percentage is getting a little bit more precarious. You've got Freedom Charge and the Rampage that's just going to allow basically this whole running route to come through. Gainer has had so much to deal with when it comes to like being in and out on the Venom. It's too much to deal with, and now it's 85% for Alter.
Galactic Legend, the reses, will it be enough? Lions, oh, Frankie does manage to live on, but you can't say the same for the rest of Alter, and this is at 92%. They're now just trying to sustain on the point until a portal comes through and see if Alter can win it out here, but it's just not going to be the case. Team Captain's looking for a portal play while the Lions have the rest of Alter stuck at the entrance. Here's a portal to trap Lions forward as Rex may have an invisible boundary to bail out Ziad if he needs it. They'll maybe try to conserve it for round 3, and you can't blame them. Lions profit and Alter are drowning.
How much can Lions now actually turn this point now? Alter going for the portal play. It was just in time, but Lions having everything set up, and the problem is once they have that positioning, it's so hard to move this absolute colossus on the objective that is Devil Dinosaur, and the way that people were able to play around him. It was just a pace of fights, right? It was just like Alter trying to go very early to make sure that Lions couldn't reset, but they were still able to engage in this fight, and it shows that the fight went so well for Lions, Lemon, because they have 3 ultimates going into this round.
Yeah, I like that they were able to conserve the invisible boundary and just kind of let Ziad run the ship. And it was going to be between Gainer and Teller. And I was maybe expecting Teller originally. Not that Gainer's not a good brawler, but Teller just has more time with this core. And also had a really good Magneto the few times that we did see him, especially having a high win rate on Celestial Husk. But Gainer has been that person that could delay the point so much. And Saddam is solo winning fights, eliminating 3 people, 2 of them being strategists on the Alter side. So Alter need a response, and maybe it has to do with the Vanguard shifting their playstyle and attention to this Black Cat.
It's how much that he's able to find, like how much he's not being able to be punished, really. Like it's been hard, like trading map rounds either side. So it's not as if Satam is just like only a couple of eliminations against him. But you're right, it's how much he can actually get away with it. Monarch is at least a little bit better to get that information and work alongside it. Yeah, an amplifier though, is it going to be used early from like Hatro at this point? You've got the white box now, and so you don't have like the copy. Has to be a little bit more selective on the timing, but here's Satam, the namesake himself. Maybe gets a bit more than he bargained for, but he's not actually giving up these engagements. Now that amplifier is dedicated, immediately taken out from the Ensong Inferno.
And the damage is so scary, and Rex will just try to keep them afloat and steer this with the invisible boundary. As Satam towards the back. Alter, they really are terrified of this. They changed their strat line, but the result stays the same. It's Satam all over Alter, and the first point to Lions.
See how much more stall Alter not going to have the portal play to go for, so it is just like the extra like 15% that they're able to get on board. The pace that Lions are able to play at though, everything's starting to work together now. It was maybe a little bit of rust, a bit of nerves potentially, certainly for Ziad that's coming from playing MRC for the Lions into stage 1 alongside some of these other players that have been pretty much like the building blocks for the region and the scene as a whole. So now Lions holding a sort of deep hold, getting good information off of the Flaming Orb from the Black Cat. They've decided to try and disengage, knowing that stuff like Let the Devil Out and Kamiho is ready.
And also Whoops changing over to the Bucky to try and pull the Black Cat, pull anyone, maybe even Gainer before this extra health does diminish. And Monarch, he's sick of their games, and he puts them in jail. And Alter, they are still trying to flip the point though, despite at least getting the Vanguard elimination. They're so worried about this Black Cat. And Monarch, he swapped to this for a reason, to be able to detect where that invisible cat has gone. While the rest of Alter, they put their focus forward, from front to back they go, as Ziad hopes to extend what little they have, which ends at 53 for Lions.
Now the swap over again. The Lions not having much more else. Freedom Charge Kamiho still able to sort of sit in for like Alter Esports now. Satam having to completely disengage. Being able to find a lot more space, and like on this map in particular, like getting that information of where these like engagements are going to come in from is going to be like major. So now Monarch has good control of like exactly where this dive is going to come in. Gainer has had a lot of like pressure going onto him to get those timings. Going to go in with the rest of his team onto the high ground, however.
kind of missed the dive there, but it's the thought that counts. Adam, though, doesn't have to think too hard. Just sends the Black Cat and is always claiming one with them. How can Alter match band for band? But they just can't. They're being suffocated. Ziad is in their face. And, I mean, there's only so much Alter can do then escape. The res beacon will be also taken out, so Alter will have no forgiveness, and Lions just fully take over. They still have to flip the point, and that will mean Lions will get the lead here shortly.
Now, seeing if there's going to be a little bit more of a fight, not really. Like, Alter now might be starting to stress a little bit more. It's going to be like getting onto now that the portal might be in play again, but like how many ultimates could you sort of work on in this one? You got Yan Amplified that might be able to help in these instances. Comboing out with Frankie Boxing, it's very close to having a Devil's Rampage. Feels like now for like Zerx and Song Inferno, he knows exactly what the target he needs, but it's going to be a hard area to try and take this. Just trying to burn as many resources as you can, go out into the open, make sure you set up these crossfires as this front to back from Alter Esports is going to be a bit more boxed in, certainly when you're looking at the clock.
Oh, and they were trying to mark where Team Captain was going, already at half health, and Zerx is just making sure that Team Captain suffers every step he takes. Lions at now 90%. They have two strat. They have, four ultimates. So it will be the ultimate clash to determine the map, with Alter starting off well, but it matters who finishes as the invisible boundary is placed. Alter just don't have anything to really match that. The self-sustain of the Dino can only do so much, and Saddam does everything once again for Lions. The Black Cat swap since round 2, the obvious MVP here of Celestial Husk, and is just uncontested. Alter have the Black Cat available, by the way, but that was not in their wheelhouse for the first week of Ignite. Lions will claim Celestial Husk.
It was such a good showing from like Satam. Like we sort of set up the like Zerx, looking at him in particular as like a duelist. Certainly now that we're out of this like Elsa meta, clearly, it's now like you saw what is he going to be doing, but it was Satam that sort of took a lot of the attention. And Black Cat, it really feels like from talking to the teams that everybody was keeping their cards close to their chest. 42-5 when it came to like the eliminations he was able to get. He was a constant pain in the backside for Alter to deal with. And even when we saw Alter taking the objective, it wasn't for long. Lions really like to play dive. They really like to play at a fast pace. And that addition of Ziad and the way that this team is built from what they did as visions in preseason continues. Alter still haven't picked up a domination map, Lemon. It's still not happened for them.
Well, Lions were able to overcome what started on round 1 and turn it into a victory. But Alter will have our choice of map next in this best of 3, and we'll find out what that is after the break.
우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿔도 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 꿈을 잡아
I knew it would happen.
Yeah, there it is. It happened once.
I
Sorry.
knew it.
I was muted. Sorry, audience. We've seen some incredible Devil Dinosaur plays, but you can join them in the Savage Lands with the Savage Adventure skins available from today. Skins for Lunar Snow, Hela, and Ultron. This is a wonderful set of skins, and there's, as usual, so much amazing stuff in Marvel Rivals for you to jump on in and play your character how you want to play it. A incredible win for the Lions in their first game of the stage. And Lemon, Satam on the Black Cat. What a revelation.
And this is why this team identity matters and who is putting the hours where. It's not just about Dino supremacy, but the real line on this field. And it's Satam on the Black Cat, swapping that to round 2. Just, solo eliminating a bunch of strategists. I did like in round 3 that Alter brought out the Daredevil to try and be able to scan for the Black Cat and just mark it. You don't always have to execute the Black Cat to have an impact. Just making sure that she is watched at all times so you can communicate when she's engaging is still very valuable to Alter, but in the end, Satam was, 21 final hits.
Yeah, right. If we look at the Black Cat, we're seeing a lot of use of the Flame Orb. Them using the Daredevil to try and track the Black Cat does do the same job with a little bit less sustain, but with more flexibility.
Yeah, if you can get the resources and get the cash in order to get them, you just put them in a pocket, it's going to go through the walls and give you that information. So it really is the fact that he just wasn't punished. Like, having the least, casualties for your team as, Black Cat is, kind of, scary, I guess, if you're, Alter Esports, because you would expect that character to show up more. You want to change up the draft to get rid of them? Is it really that, much of a focus for you? Because it was left completely open looking at the top of, the screen with, the scoreboard and stuff. So, now I'm really wondering exactly how Alter are going to try and adjust to this. They do have the map choice, so it's going to be Convergence. It is going to be Convoy, and I think it's Central Park that they're going to be picking.
Yeah, that's going to be good as we get into our picks and bans. I think it's going to be an easy adaptation for a team like Alter to be like, well, Black Cat is a problem. Guess what we can do?
Jalia.
We could just ban it. And Hall of Jalia will be the choice of Alter going forward. And again, having a really large map where you can activate that Captain America around, make sure he has all the space in the world, which also means more space for any kind of flanker. So it's going to depend on who's going to have the double ban initially, because both teams really prioritize the Gambit.
And so, I'm curious. I guess, one of the things for, Jalia, from what we saw on, the last map especially, you look at some of the other, engagements, Central Park, that was, the most popular Convergence map to sort of choose from. Convoy, it's going to depend entirely, on the teams on how they work it, but it does feel a little bit okay, do you want to sort of keep committing to stuff like the Ultron that we saw beforehand? You're looking at a lot of the strategists being banned out and, the Dino being protected. At least here, you've got the long sight lines that you can play something a bit different away from these closed-in quarters that Dino wants to be in.
And I just didn't want to not shout out Zerx as well, because my voice going out already. 34,000 damage on the Phoenix. You have to write to home. You got to write home to mom about that one, because 21 final hits from a Black Cat comes from that initial damage that the Phoenix is able to provide from Zerx. So I think that duo of duelists looked really amazing on the Lions side, and if they can keep setting each other up for success, that's going to be nice. But what is going to be the situation with Alter? Are they going to triple strat whoops, or are they going to have Monarch on the Daredevil?
One-sided Dino is going to be in the hands of Lions, though, so more ferocious animals and not quite like an evolution chain, but one-sided Mantis, which, yeah, it feels like for Alter Esports, especially when you have a player like Monarch that was playing a lot of the triple strategist setups beforehand, like he was on the Ultron and Mantis, he's going to be on it here, means that you have got the option, no matter what other strategists get taken out in the draft, you still have the combinations in play. Ultron's going to make sure that he can't feast and do a lot of damage in these instances, and Luna's going to be banned out for Alter Esports. in case there's a White Fox protect. Lions, yeah, feeling like the Black Cat could potentially be more of something to aim for, are going to protect it.
I'm very surprised Alter are not banning the Black Cat here. They must be very confident that from map to map, she is going to be her weakest on Hollow Joliet. And maybe the map pick is sort of that pseudo discouragement of the Black Cat. But they're still going to protect it on the other side just to make sure. And you're going to have the one-sided Dino on top of that. And Alter, a big strength of theirs has been around the Dino. And I know someone like Frankie is still trying to be a flexible Vanguard, but clearly a big boon to this team has been improving their comm structure and hoping that they keep their heads in check, as dropping that first map must be pretty frustrating considering it was such a strong start for Alter on round 1, but ultimately falling after the next 2 rounds.
I was going to say, like, the protect over onto, like, Luna here means it has to be a White Fox, like, ban to sort of finish it out. You also have Venom taken out, so Gainer's not going to have access to one of his, like, staple characters, but also a character that is very good on this map, as we saw very briefly from, like previous engagements on Jellia. Again, thinking of the likes of Trust Me, even though he didn't play it last time. But it does mean that you do have stuff like the Luna-Emma combination. And I think if you have teams like prioritizing like Devil Dinosaur, like anything that's going to be a little bit more like try to get into your backline, there's a lot that team up can bring together.
This will be potentially the final clash between these two teams for the beginning of Group A, as it is series point in favor of the Lions. And wondering also, has the Vanguard changed? The Vanguard line changed at all? It's really nice to be able to have these substitutes. We kind of saw it during the preseason, being able to interchange people in and out, especially if you have specialists or just different people that specialize also on different game types. Sometimes you have your domination pilled players and otherwise that, but this is the Alter playground in terms of map choice, so we'll see them set the tone on offense.
We haven't seen much Magneto. I can see Frankie boxing on it here, which is like something that he did play a lot of. Like his main character that he was played for like minutes played was Angela, and Angela just doesn't seem to be like even contested when it comes to like the Vanguards to work with. But Gainer switching away from the Venom is going to be on the high ground that Trust Me was on earlier to sort of get this information. Taking a few fires, but Frankie boxing is going to go in for that combination and not even triple strategist actually, 2-2-2, but just with the Mantis Luna. That's a lot of like speed boost to go in for these engagements. And Frankie boxing team captain on the attack looking to go for the dive.
So far, so stable. As again, we're really surprised to see as much Vanguard Deadpool as we have, but Frankie's also trying to scale up the energy, and you have to be really careful how you play Emma in this meta, especially against any kind of charm or things that can pull you out of position. You're gonna also be the main shield provider, so Alter having to fall back on something that's not the Dino. We'll see if that will still be a boon of theirs, as Alter at least are cemented on the point, working on that first pick, and also with the Ice Wall with the Luna team up, it could maybe block off some much-needed heals from Ziad and the rest, allowing Whoops now to just poke and prod as Lions are so far away from the point. Alter able to just keep the poke on, but Lions hope to deny this final pick, but they just have no sustain on this front line. Ziad is basically by himself, and Gainer is elsewhere, and Lions need a Vanguard line to keep on this objective, or Alter are just gonna cap in front of them. And macro-wise, Alter, all the damage is in their favor, and Lions are cowering in their dens.
These fast, like, 0.1 takes are going to be the death of me, but not the death, I think, of, like, Ziad that was able to survive for so long. Just the amount of healing output that went into him from Zerx means that there is an It's Jeff available, but how useful it's going to be on this part of the map, hard to really get a gauge. Also trying to like close the distance now onto the high ground as team captain using this one-sided Venom to his advantage. Is there going to be anybody that's like potentially isolated to dive in on? Not quite, but you've taken pretty much all of this second checkpoint, and Lions have to use some big bits of kit to try to break out of it.
And Exo is usually the Luna player on this team, so Monarch will be owning that to try and have a freeze onto Saddam when he does come in. This has been the answer for Alter, to just adjust their composition. They don't need to ban it. They already know what the Kryptonite is. Saddam has to fall back out of the fight for now, so 6v5 temporarily for Alter, as team captain's still waiting for the moment to maybe ult himself, and there's someone on the flank. Alter has to pay attention, and now you have the Soul Resurgence. No Dino, one less Vanguard for the Lions crew. as the invisible boundary will be what keeps the space for this defense, and Alter hope to drag them all out of cover. The Emma charm claims a bunch, but Saddam goes unnoticed and eliminates two, including the Loki, who had a dupe. Alter were really depending on this win condition to cross the threshold, and now Alter have to reset.
Yeah, they've managed to reset and still have, like, Rage of Ultron. It's crazy that they didn't dedicate, like, something like Rage of Ultron is so good in just any moments. Like, you can't really get the timing of it wrong. Whether it's offensive or defensive, they had it. They were just like, we don't really need it to actually break through here. But Freedom Charge, Calling Card, Rage of Ultron, all available now. For Alter, this is where they struggled on domination on Celestial Husk. It's like, okay, what's going to be the difference maker? Can you rely on, like, Whoops being the one to do that now that you're playing this triple strategist? Like, you're sort of building into it. You've got inspiration from the Mantis, but that's not really going to be enough damage boost now. And then you've got the copy to try to go for something a little bit more with the Silver Service from Exo. Right now, the dive is attempted, but immediately Team Captain has to try and reset, and Lions are going in for the kill.
Yeah, if you can't maintain that 100 Emma energy, you need to swap. You're just not going to be as impactful. So the Magneto hoping to enable as best as he can and be that stable force, but just gets suffocated as now the rest of Lions just run through Alter while the Venom really can't do much about this. Gator is just a champion, and Alter are just heading for the hills. And now you could try to hit a sleep, you could try to hit a freeze, but Lions, they're the ones owning this fight.
At least some picks for Alter. Like, this might be a bit of an overstretch for Lions if they're not careful, but it's, again, like, you've got Rage of Ultron. They're not panicking. They lose their Black Cat. Whatever. Like, we're 5 versus 6. We can just hold off. We know how to play around the objective. We don't need to panic. We can take our time, but Rex still holding on to it. Like, it's him going under a lot more pressure, able to sort of dash out here. Now Calling Card's going to be used. Distance away, but it's going to be quickly closed down from Satam. You've got the Galactic Legend that's going to be used on the other side. It's just whether a case of like Lions. Now they use the Rage of Ultron.
Oh, I like this peeling Star-Lord as well to try and deal with the double flankers of the Lions, and now Alter can set their attention forward while Zerx maybe wants to grab that Star-Lord, and that still seems to be the case. The iframe perfectly timed from Whoops, and he'll still be in the equation. Soul Resurgence to push Alter over the edge, maybe Lions off a bit, but the invisible boundary should be enough healing, and Alter just will not be able to find that invisible woman around the corner, but they'll full send the house. It's Monarch with the fate of both worlds to give Alter maybe a winning fate, but they only have Exo secondary, as now the Mantis is not here anymore. Lions have the respawn advantage. They just need to rely on Zia to keep contesting, while Lions just make sure to keep themselves afloat. Alter don't want to overextend, and now they just have too many split objectives, and Alter were 4 meters away and they fail.
It was Alter choosing to attack first too, right? So, like, yeah, they've managed to sort of run out of steam at this point. Lions holding on for, like, dear life at this point. You've got the triple strategy set up now with the Ultron. It's Saturn that's just that sole duelist, so there's just so much, like, sustain. How are you going to find elimination or a pick here? You're probably looking at Frankie Boxer with a Sonic Seduction or one of these dives to bring something. You can see the team captain is, like, toying with the idea, waiting for people to be in position. You have to look at Whoops having a Galactic Legend. It's that or the Sonic Seduction. It has to be it.
Back on that, and you need someone to go with team captain. He can't die by himself, and now Alter will follow through. They pull the dino in, and still not enough, only at half health, and Alter have set themselves up to push the cart to the end, but Gainer is relentless against these strategists. That's why Exo's on the Loki, to just make his job miserable. The dupe comes out from Exo. Whoops is in the back line, can't get enough of limbs. Lions are still healthy, and the rest of the ults come out from the defense, and it's overtime. Alter need this, or this is just not going to be a healthy enough of a push. At least the Emma is at 100 energy. Whoops needs to fall back, and Rex of all people has to be the one that sends the Star-Lord packing. And Lions, they just have more sustain, and Alter are out of ultimate options. It has to be heroics from Whoops or the rest of the dive of Alter to finish this once and for all, unless Saddam can 1v6 yet again.
No.
But there's always an answer. The peeling Emma and Alter send it to point B.
Managed to clear it all up, but Satam not using the calling card is a big moment. Invisible Boundary also saved. Lions knew that the fight was going to be lost. It was just whether they could force out any other ultimates that they had in hand, but Alter dealing well with it nicely. Frankie Boxing diving in with the Silent Seduction. It forces out a great ultimate from Gainer with the Freedom Charge, but it's just how the rest of this fight was able to sort of go in. Like, Whoops is looking really good, has a lot more pressure on him, and Satam now managing to sort of sneak in behind. He's just been completely ignored, I think, from like the Venom at this rate, but now the dive is going to come in on the calling card. He finds the perfect target onto Whoops.
Whoops is so far forward to just play off of a dive from Team Captain, but the Star-Lord is so vulnerable outside of those iframes. Satam with a good awareness at that point, but Alter has something more up their sleeve. It's redemption and it's revenge. The fate of both worlds against the Invisible Boundary keeps this at a stalemate, while Gainer will be warded away from the Alter strategist line.
Now, QB is going to be forced out. The Invisible Boundary, they have to give it up because of this Silent Seduction going to cut through the team. The fact that there's no like barriers that are going to stop the Silent Seduction means that like the fall range is a lot better too from the damage it's able to do. It just means that Lions have to sort of fall in line with what Frankie Boxing wants to do as the Emma Frost. Buddy Barrier is going to be used in the Rage of Ultron. It's the counter attack with 5 seconds left in overtime. Immediately, Whoops is going to bring out the Galactic Legend to try and counter the Get Zerks in the back line.
And Rex was focusing on using that Rage of Ultron to heal his team and to make sure they were still up against the Galactic Legend. Makes it only a 1-limb ultimate for the Duelist, but Alter, what they've gained is so much more important. The space, the cooldowns out of the Dino, Ziad on his last legs. You really need to maybe finish off some of these heroes, but hey, you got Gainer, or at least you got actually three strategists from Alter out of the fight. That is insane from Zerks. We never get to see him on the jet, and now Alter needs to regroup, and they still are standing minus one of their vanguards. At least getting towards the end is good enough. The Soul Resurgence copy against Lion's respawn advantage, and the Dino that is immovable. Alter just don't have enough damage against this.
The Frenzy, like even frozen, it's back to the Ice Ages for Ziad, but Alter have been forced off of the point right at the end. It's similar to what we've seen on Jelly already with the one game that we've seen in stage 1 of just a fast first point take, point 2 being stalled out for eons, eras. And then now Alter just trying to push it as far as they could possibly go. But it's the fact that these fights just never, certainly towards the end, like the fights just felt never ending. Like it felt like, okay, this is sort of the end, everything's calmed down. Never mind, the Black Cat has just dove in and like there's another like counterattack from Lions. We knew that they were going to play at pace. In fact, it was one of the things that they were kind of getting caught out with in preseason. Just they were playing a little bit too fast, almost a little bit too aggressive and too greedy for picks instead of trying to pace up these engagements. Here, it's the fact that they can still do it on defense, and Alter just couldn't break through. You need to find like that like lethal mentality when you're playing the triple strategist, and at least Whoops is getting those final eliminations. It's just like there's not really that many eliminations onto Lions full stop. With that composition, it's hard to move anybody off the point.
And it's such a mechanically demanding hero. Even with the extra ammo, yes, you're more deadly in those moments, but you still need to sync with the moment of the dive of Team Captain, who, yes, the Venom is one of his comfort picks. And now where's the rest of the damage coming from? Exo and Monarch are busy trying to deal with Gainers, so they're not really part of this. While as then you have this Mantis who's hoping to damage boost Whoops, but this triple strategist means you don't have a second Duelist. So all eyes are on Whoops to have perfect execution on these one clips. And you have to trade backlines. If Alter don't trade backlines, Satam is going to ruin everything for Alter.
How much as well, like, there's going to be, like, Peel here. You've got people on the high ground, but is there anybody that's really going to be scary against that Black Cat? It's not like Daredevil can sort of, like, smush them out, make sure that they can't take this engagement. Emma Frost is going to do the same sort of thing. But outside of that, it's like you have 3 strategists that are going to be key targets here. Frankie Boxing wants to get this easy charge up on the Devil Dinosaur in front of him. It's over on the engagement. Body Barrier is going to be even used.
What?
But Alter, like, just find the picks to the backline. It's like Lions went in, Alter just went into the backline strategist and just took them out instantly.
That is insane. Just to have a Venom basically solo an Invisible Woman like that should be unheard of. And now Alter buys some very precious time here, while Lions are still waiting to set up Satam on the angle and send Gainer with them. Usually this is a very successful flank. Alter are watching for it.
I imagine, like, Gain and Satam need to, like, combine. That's the main thing. If you want to go for these dives, it has to be together, and that's what sort of felt a little bit isolated. Like, the Captain America is going to be in, he's going to be out, he's on the high ground. Nobody else is really able to sort of even contest with him. He's there in the high ground. You've got the force being formed out from Frankie Box in the diamond form, able to get the picks. There's so much damage to actually farm up on Ziad, and the coordination just isn't there, Lemon.
But the crystals are, and that is why EMEA is such a good Vanguard to play with the Dino, but also against the Dino with that percentage health. So Alter win back-to-back fights now. Lions, half the time bank, and not really close to the ultimates because they've just been skirmishing so much.
For me, yeah, it's just like keep an eye on Gainer, keep an eye on Satam. Like, are they going on the right target? Like, this is why you also saw a lot of White Fox too. Like, those three just dive on one like isolated target. Like, go for those like eliminations, and you're afraid like strategists to pick off. Like, it's hard work, so you have to be very selective and have a keen choice on who you want to run into. It's looked disconnected now, and Galactic Legend is going to be used onto the top.
Wait, I think they're able to get into cover. Lions do survive the storm, and Whoops is hanging around, playing around the ceiling so well. Get a little bit caught there, but that is just one wave of ultimates. Team Captain will crash down on this parade, uses the ults to bring everyone down so low. Zerx gives him another chance at life with the End Song Inferno landing on a doppelganger, so not going to be impactful. Lions trying to toss people off the map, or at least out of the fight, so a little bit of an isolation on the strategist back there as the EMEA charm gets these assassins off Frankie's backline, but Saddam's mark has still been felt, but Whoops will trade in that moment, so Alter may be able to portal in, especially with this fate of both worlds. Alter are believers, and how can you doubt them? The Lions are just a lot healthier, and Ziad stops the field and brings them into the firing squad, and there's nothing more that Alter can do but portal and draw a few more seconds from this Lions cap.
Now everybody's on the right target there. You've got like the fight happening on the objective with the sort of White Fox wanting to at least try to sort of AoE set themselves up on the objective even. So now like it's going to be like Rex just taking an absolute pummeling now. The Alter Esports actually able to get back into this engagement, and it's still only a third that they managed to get, and there's less than a minute on the clock. Like, Lemon, this is looking really difficult now for Lions. Even if they're finding the eliminations now for Satam, they have to be able to finish near enough the end of the map at this rate.
Yeah, that will be a full cap now. No portal available for Alter, and liking that, you know, you're able to use that EMEA as well to shield off the heals of someone like Rex, who will probably go back to the strategist now. We're going to go back to the tried and true comp of Lions to try and ward away this dive from Alter, who are now a lot more successful with trading backlines. You saw Team Captain how valuable he was at removing Rex and at least harassing Lions. But wait, Lions are still trying to get some progress here and at least get the high ground going.
Now seeing what the like Lions now having to not like go for the high ground. They're not going for these like positions to try and get in over on top. Like they've had actually respected this far too much, and Alter have sort of smelt that there's a little bit of trepidation in this engagement, but it might have just allowed the space for Satam to find himself two from nowhere.
And two of those being strategists. At this point, you're going to have to run 5 strategists to survive and still have heals after Satam is done with you. And that was after Alter had such incredible pick on Rex, and you thought that was going to be the end of the chapter, and Satam just solo swings the fight in his favor.
Absolutely just steals like 2 picks, but Alter, like, they dove in aggressively, seeing that Lions were backing out, but it must have created so much space for Satam to find the picks. We've got calling card used alongside the Galactic Legend, and it's narrowly, it's going to be the Galactic Legend that wins out in the end for Whoops. He is going to be traded in the end, so the 5v5 is going to end up more in a brawl with 90 seconds left.
And the heroics always come from Satam, so I think you take that trade if you're Alter, the Galactic Legend against Satam, but the rest of the Lions are going to roar, and it's the double Vanguard ultimates that overwhelm the Alters, and now you just have a few more meters to go, and you don't have Frankie, and Team Captain can't contest, so this is going to be a swift cap and maybe able to make up for the time deficit that Lions experience on the first point.
2.5 minutes, like it's the difference, like so many like first point fast takes and then a slow second. This was the opposite in the end for like Lions here, just off the base of like Satam being able to find those eliminations as Alter like overextended themselves. Now Frankie Box inside the seduction, I imagine he might just want to use this like off of the rip. You have so many like strategist ultimates to back up on and very little for Lions to be using. Buddy Barrier being used out early too. That's go time with the Soul Resurgence.
Wait, the Soul Resurgence, I mean, yeah, they were so out of position, they had to pop it, and Still one-man advantage for Alter, chasing down the rest. And now you can play that Psionic Seduction. Team Captain can kick off the fight. In worst case, you have Fate of Both Worlds. So Alter are set up to make this a marathon.
Yeah, and you could just go for the copy as well because Exo is very close to having it. So it's like, okay, just use the original. We'll have a copy if we do need it. We just need to make sure that we win a fight because we need to buy more time. We need to force more engagement. Aegis is going to connect up to the Diner. Put a barrier. It's immediately once that barrier goes down, that's when the dive comes in.
And Team Captain is just got something. A vendetta against Rex is always eliminating a strategist on the Lion side. And there's only so much just a little shark can do. Alter are really finding some impact, some success on these counter dives.
It's just like the buddy barrier. Once it goes down for Ziad, like, sorry, anybody from like Alter in the end, yeah, like Ziad goes down, Alter immediately are able to bounce off of it. They still have those ultimates, but they've just been winning these fights for free.
And Whoops is doing his best to mark everyone, whether it's the Black Cat or the Captain America. And Saddam, doesn't matter. You can watch it all unfold, and he'll fold your backline like a lawn chair as Rex hopes to keep them stable. 48 seconds, the invisible boundary will cement some real estate. And now the Charm hopes to bring the house down as Alter with the Fate of Both Worlds are not really getting much connection. They do get a Charm onto the Black Cat, but not enough punish is coming out of Alter. Not unless Whoops is locked in, and he surely will be with the Galactic Legend coming out. And Alter are taking shelter from this cat.
It's so close. It's so close to being ready and available, and there goes the front line in the end. Like, Exo's had this copy for so long, and you've got a Galactic Legend. Use that with a Soul Resurgence, but they just waited. There was a gap, and immediately the front line is cut to pieces, and Alter able to sort of start to flounder a bit more.
Alter, they have good ults to try and survive this. This is the fight to see if we go into a third map or not. And it's the Lions that kick off with the Vanguard. QB waiting for his moment to kidnap Ziad, brings Frankie to his knees and chomps down one final time to make a feast out of the Alter front line. And Whoops needs to put on a show, and his Black Cat just all over him, trying to call his eyes out until Whoops pulls the final trigger, and Alter seem to have found a breath in their lungs, wind in the sails, and Alter send the Lions away. A portal to maybe recontest, to extend this overtime for what little it has left, but there's just no progress. There's no momentum being generated here from Lions unless Saddam or someone emerges as the hero. But Alter have lost their only duelist, but they have the Soul Resurgence left, and that should be the end. The graves are marked from Lions. Alter just have to send away QB, and so they have. We are going to map 3.
Alter being able to bounce back from like a tough first map in the end, and Lions had so many like good moments to try and work with it. It's just that like Alter, that second point, like first point defense actually pretty much going all the way to like OT. Lions eking it out by a fine margin. It's now Alter bringing this to a third, but they've been consistently able to get to full best of 3 Slideman, but it's just like being lost out at the final post. Lions have the choice of like a convoy map to finish on, and like they would have preferred to have gone Shinshibuya if they had full control, if they could choose Convergence, but they can't. So now they have to choose something else entirely, whether they want to still commit to this. Whoops showed up massively in the triple strategist, working a lot stronger for Alter.
Wow, 42k? That is insane. Like, you're making Terra blush on the Star-Lord on just visiting this map before. If you can get over 40,000 damage, that is so impressive from Whoops. The 22 final blows as well, matching well with Team Captain. And I'm glad that Alter kind of found the Vanguard line that works for them. Someone that can stabilize the objective. And Team Captain was ruining Rex's life. I know Zerx is on the Invisible Woman, but Rex was just always getting eliminated first on the Lion side. But Saddam was what really made this map as close as it was. I mean, it came down to an overtime fight for the win or loss. So, I mean, this could have gone either way.
Yeah, so we're going to see exactly how this map is going to end after a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Alter Esports versus Lions will continue on as the first day we see in preseason.
내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야
Series 1-1 with Lions taking the first and Alter able to hold in the final building. So close to that ending, so close to a triple cap as well from the Lions that could have maybe secured themselves that win a little bit more convincingly, but Alter able to sneak it back in and get themselves on the board, taking us to a map 3. And while we did see Alter take another win, we were chatting in the break and putting in messages in our chat. Lemon, Frankie Boxing and team captain both are putting a stellar performance on Vanguard.
And they look so good together, and I think that's why the tryouts were so crystal clear on why Frankie should join this team. I mean, the comms improve time and time again. I like that they also look stable as a squad when things get really chaotic. When you have a Black Cat flanking you all the time, that was going to be something that Alter had to address. They didn't do it in the ban. Maybe they tried to do it in the map pick, but they did so either with the Daredevil in the first map, which didn't work out, but mostly whoops his attention on the Star-Lord, all towards that Black Cat, letting it rain with the Galactic Legend, always on this poor cat who's not a fan of that rain. And I think Whoops did an incredible job, especially needing to own that single duelist. You have to be the GOAT.
And Ryan, looking at this end screen here, we had players like Satan performing, Ziad with 89k damage block, Zerg's playing on Star-Lord, playing on Jeff, just playing over everything. Who's standing out to you so far in this series now that we're tied up?
Ooh, in the series, it's like Satam still for like just like some of the Black Cat like prowess and stuff. Like as a duelist, like we were sort of focusing on Zergs a little bit more, but I think Satam has just like remembered the name a little bit more. I think this has been a really good like intro debut for Ziad, certainly when you're just playing the Devil Dino. But I'm liking like Monarch, like for Ultra Esports, it's like, okay, now you can see exactly what they want to try and do with a composition, and it glues everything together. That's the key area, and Yggdrasil's path is going to be our third and final map decided on by Lions.
Yggdrasil path, a convoy to close us out in our first game 3 of the day. We're not going to be seeing any super hard spawn holds here, so Lemon, looking at this, are we going to be sticking with potentially the bans on stuff like the Gambit? Or are we going to be seeing bans on stuff like the Devil Dinosaur? I leave it over to you and Ryan to take it away.
Yes, I guess we're going to have a council meeting, Ryan, on what these picks and bans are going to look like, because you highlighted a bunch of really good people. I probably would have also given a big shout out to Gainer, because it's the Black Cat, which was a lot of solo plays at the beginning. Then they realized that that needed reinforcement. So sending the Captain America, I don't want to accidentally say Team Captain, but sending the Captain America with the Black Cat has made a huge difference. I love what Gainer did on the previous map.
I think it's just a really good like method to be playing like Captain America in, and like just building up like ult charge and stuff. It doesn't feel like it's like, okay, Deadpool, Vanguard, and then whatever you can work around with the Gambit. Like if you want to get Rogue, you can do. But going into it this time, it's like it's still going to be these Gambit like first bands coming in. You're looking to be another one-sided like Devil Dinosaur in hands and in favor of this time for like Lions. So they're going to have the Dinosaur themselves. I would imagine, though, there might be more priority that goes on to getting Frankie Box in the EMEA, because she's exceptional on this map, even without facing up against the Devil Dino.
Yeah, that seemed to be the fallback plan in a one-sided Dino situation, which did a really fantastic job of placing the shields, which is going to be how all the EMEAs are going to be playing, but placing the shield behind the Dino to limit some of those heals. Every second matters, and the Dino has to realize, okay, do I engage and try to self-heal off of the chomps, but then you have to be, of course, in melee range, or do you try and fall back to your strategist? But again, the name of the game is going to be how Alter protect their backline. Is it going to be the Loki or not, which is gonna be a tough one, because it's either the Luna, the Loki, or any kind of strategist that can peel against a Black Cat.
It seems that that's going to be like the protects going in, but I think if you're like Ultra Esports here, like you've got exactly what you want. You've got the one-sided Mantis, the one-sided Luna again. Like it was the Venom that was taken out last time from Gainer. It's going to be the same here. Like you could have gone for something like, is there any other players or characters that we're worried about in particular? It seems that taking Gainer off of the Venom, where it's a decent map for him still, is going to be like the area. Like I really like these drafts from like Ultra Esports, and even if Lions do have the strong characters of stuff like Devil Dinosaur, especially one-sided, Ultra Esports have an answer for it, and they're all playing around it. That's the key thing.
And I like that there's just a plan B for any of these heroes that are getting banned, whether if it's Gainer or Team Captain's Venom, then the Captain America is that substitute. And if it's not the Dino, if it's a one-sided Dino, then you bring out the EMEA to try and counter that, because that crystal is going to do so much chunk damage to that Dino, and you want to try and do that damage as quickly as possible. So we're getting a glimpse of what the defense has been decided on, and it's Monarch once again on the Luna. I'm seeing some triple strategists, the EMEA, the Phoenix, and especially on a map like Idrisil's Path on defense, you're going to be so spaced out from your opponent from some time, so that Phoenix can oftentimes decide a fight before it even begins.
Seeing how if Alter Esports can manage to get some like wins on the board to begin, like they were able to pick up a series win against Pulsar in their groups, but losing out against Peps in like the deciding match of groups meant that they didn't make playoffs. It was by thin margins, and this game sort of, Tetcha said it right at the start of the day, it could be like playoffs defining considering how strong this group is for Group A. But Frankie boxing, hoping to just farm up as much damage as he can. The fall off is great, you don't have many barriers to deal with. He's just facing up head on against this dinosaur on the other side of Ziad.
And so many charms, a good initial kick, but not pushing the Dino forward yet. Gets Ziad low. Remember, the longer this fight goes, the stronger this EMEA gets. Meanwhile, Gainer has already begun flanking against the strategists, and this is really causing chaos in the Alter camp, not having that Mantis in the lineup, which means the EMEA wasn't paid attention to, which means Lions will see progress.
Yeah, it's actually a huge amount of progress to begin with, and like Alter Esports looking to try and group up and engage here. If somebody gets eliminated, they could go for Strange perhaps for a portal play, but it's already been somewhat disrupted from Gainer, who on the Captain America is like close some space. Goes down to low HP, but he's able to survive in the end. Now Team Captain try to sort of break up the backline, but you already lose one of your three strategists that you run in.
It's just Alter always starting these fights without their Mantis, and a trade hero there is not going to matter because this is just capped right in front of the eyes of Alter, who have not found any stability at the start of Idrisil's Path. And I mean, this is such a punishing first point. If you don't have any pushback, you're just going to get run over.
Well, teams could just like tilt themselves into the ground as well and lose second very quickly. And with Satan playing Black Cat, he's got information on if anybody's coming for the high ground. Whoops has to go on low, and he's trying to get in and around the team on the other side because Lions have got so much pressure on his high ground. It could be Lions like snowballing this if somebody from Alter gets picked at a bad spot.
Whoops able to displace these duelists, but they're all going to be looking at him while Gainer will be sent away. Doesn't want that much attention. You can see that Zerx's impact is already felt, the way he already has the end song Inferno, and he's trying to bring this wasp of Whoops down to his knees. Toss now. Lions will feed one to their team.
It's broken.
And Lions, yeah, not going to be able to pull off the end song Inferno, but Team Captain trying to get these strategists down to their knees, and at least Alter were on board with the plan, but there's just not enough heals, and the Fate of Both Worlds comes out when only 4 of Alter remain, and it's matched by the Lions' invisible boundary, so we're left at a stalemate.
It's just these fights have been consistently ongoing, like even the Lions like winning out and it's forced another reset from Alter. Time was bought. It's just how costly it was ultimate-wise. You got Soul Resurgence on hand for Hatro, and Exo gonna have Kamiho to try and dive in and go for these fights soon. It's gonna be a bit more of like a save for a trait as Galactic Legend is looming, but you just look at Lions, like they're sort of respecting this. They find the pick onto Team Captain that gets everybody focuses on the dive as it comes in. 6v5.
And you should be the most evasive character in the game on the Venom, so just Alter not really able to bail out their Vanguard. The charm brings the Dino in, but that's not the target you want. You want what's supporting the Dino behind, and Lions, they send it with the Kumio form. You wanted a fight and you will get one. And the Gainer is ready to push these strategists to the edge, and the Duelist ultimates come raining down, and of course,
the buddy
all
barrier.
the limbs come out from the Lions. There is just not much of a response from Alters, and that means Lions are about to cap.
Satam is moving at such a pace, you can't even keep up with him, it feels like. But that was like such good play in the end from like Lions. You could see like Whoops, he was holding on to his ultimate. Big ultimates were expended for the rest of his team to just like get out as many like strategist ults, right? Like sustain, freedom charge. Then he's going to go in for the Galactic Legend. Instantly shut down from Ziad with just a buddy barrier. He basically is, I'm a big dinosaur, I put up a big shield, I stand indoor, you can't do anything. that was the way that it was counted. Like, Galactic Legends felt so free there if it wasn't for Ziad playing well. But it means that this keeps going for Lions. 4 minutes on the clock. Frankie Boxing wants to try to, like, draw a line in the sign to go in for these fights, but he's worried about the front line being punished off and giving too much space for Satam to dive in onto his back line.
Just these strategies from Alter need to be safe. And how is Whoops getting beat to death by a Captain America? There is something breaking down in the Alter camp, and now everyone falls like dominoes. Lions already had a terrifying time bank going into this with 4 minutes, and now they'll just keep it going as Team Captain just wanted to maybe perish on the payload there on the convoy, and he's getting pulled back in. But this also is good old charge from Monarch to get the fate of both worlds going.
Now, seeing if, like, Lions just keeping it easy now. You don't really have much to worry about other than, like, this, but the ends of the turn, I was going to dive in onto, like, Hatrax, so I was taken out in quick succession too. And then you've got Fate of Both Worlds used. Like, there's some sustain. Team Captain has found himself too, though, with the Feast of the Abyss, trying to get onto another one with a Phoenix, and then suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, Lemon, Lions looking like they're forced to reset, but they haven't heard a bell. They're going to go in for the Frenzy on Ziad. This fight is still ongoing, but Alter bought themselves a lifeline.
Team Captain puts the cape on his back. This is only winnable because of him. 2 strategists fall from 1 Venom ultimate, and the Lions, though, it's a minor setback. They still have plenty of time, and Team Captain has more up his sleeve. And you see that all of Lions are paying attention to this Venom, while, of course, Saddam gets ready on the flank with the calling card, and Team Captain knows he has to play more survivable. Now, Lions have a window to engage while the Venom has left, and this is the go sign, pedal to the metal, and Gainer's ready with the ultimate very soon. You really can't look at this Venom. Lions have the strategists exactly where they want them, and maybe you're looking for a grab on the Venom while Whoops hopes to peel for his team, but Team Captain can't be bailed out. You'll have to do it without him, and it's the charm to bring Lions away from safety, and the Lions, they escape, but now the strategists are in trouble, and Gainer always converts in these moments. He'll force out this soul resurgence, and Alter will have to fight, not on their terms, but when they are forced to. Lions will bring out the Kumiho form in response, and Whoops hopes to end it all with a Galactic Legend, and with the Venom dive, it cements them in, and Lions, they cannot go anywhere against this.
There's no space to work on. Alter winning the fight, but dragging it out, which is probably more important. Lions can't sort of put the final hit in. But it was just like an improv group. It's just, and then this happens, and then this happens. It just wasn't ending. And, like, for Lions, that could be costly. Like, if you feel like you're not going to win the fight, then don't over-dedicate, reset, try to regroup, because Alter are able to sort of farm up a nice cycle of strategist ultimates. They got Kumiho and a Fate of Both Worlds looming, ready, available for the backline to survive all of this, like, ongoing threat. The calling card could be the difference. It's thrown in instantly from Satam.
Okay, EXO tries to keep the team afloat and rally the troops, and Lions, they just do not care about your Fox because they have the cat, and Satam has a double! No strategists remain from Alter! They just get suffocated, choked to death by the cat, and one last hurrah comes from Team Captain just to stall, to get Lions thinking twice, but all they're thinking about is a cap. But the Fate of Both Worlds will try to swing things in Alter's favor, but the invisible boundary just matches band for band, and all the healing is now neutralized. Frankie's gonna need help on the Angela, but all he was doing was delaying the inevitable. Saddam is just all over Alter, and there's just no way to keep this ship still floating, as Alter will give up the cap now with an 8-second time bank to Lions.
I mean, finishing the map could be the difference in itself, even if there's only 8 seconds left. But for Alter, like, considering how brutal that first point defense was, just how it was a nothing burger. Nothing was there. There was like one fight, couple of eliminations, and you've instantly lost it. They held out a decent amount on second, considering how long these fights were going on. And then third, able to hold on for like 4 minutes or so. A great performances for like Team Captain being able to get 2 with like the Feast of the Abyss. We're still finding those like eliminations. But it just goes to show just how quick Satam can like turn that fight, calling card especially. And you've got Ziad diving in with the engagement, Gainer sustaining his team with these freedom charges. It's like the fact that Lions haven't like slowed down, they haven't tempered the way that they want to play. They've just increased it and added a dinosaur in for good measure.
It's just the punish that they have on Team Captain, and it's not even a severe amount of casualties. And it's if you force Team Captain out of the fight, there's just this immediate tempo change from Lions to then force out Frankie boxing. And then also Hatro was kind of falling a lot initially at the first part of point A, which was already one of the problems that Alter had to address, and just having to make sure this backline survives. It's just been so difficult for Alter to do, and that's a big shout out to Saddam, really looking like the better Black Cats here in EMEA.
Now fight in for Alter to see if they can try to match what Lions have been able to do on this attack by pushing it to the end. Really, it's just a case of like how much this like first fight and how quickly they can take this first engagement. It could be the deciding factor. Team Captain immediately wanted to try and contest onto the high ground. It's going to be enough. He's got some of the pressure coming in from the likes of like Phoenix and the Gainer trying to go for this like flank to see if he can get onto the strategists in the back line. But everybody's grouped up together. Things are still moving on, and Lions haven't lost anybody just yet.
Lions at least setting the tone right now and just keeping this back corner. Captain, though, but with how the strategists are spacing out, Captain can really only dive on one person at a time, and he's not getting healed at all. The rest of Volter on the other side of the cart. You need Monarch to give Flake. You need Exo to lock in, and Alter are just not this unit that we saw at the beginning of the series.
Ziad pushing forward. You've got the buddy barrier as well to see if he can just like keep this door like closed in the end. If there's anybody else on Alter, no, they have to try and regroup. Not sure if they're like concerned about any flanks happening or just trying to like reposition to get the information. And it really is just a case of like how many of these are like real dives coming in from Team Captain, like on the Venom. Like he wants to contest the high ground, but he's not really got much with him. Everybody else is going to just try and set up these like crossfires. Certainly looking at Whoops, he's going to be more like in the back line. It's how much like focus goes in onto these Venoms. The CC is perfect, but Monarch is the one that finds that first pick onto Rex.
And that's huge, and that's because, I mean, you didn't have the Gainer flank really start to form at this moment. And Lions, I mean, the Alter, the comms have to be incredible for when Gainer shows up, when the ults come out, when Team Captain has to play safe, when his backline is getting pressured. There are so many threats on the Lions side that Alter have to address, and this is now costing a pretty good amount of time for Alter. This was a speed run for Lions previously, and Alter have half their time gone, and this could still be good. And right at the knees of the Invisible Woman, the end song Inferno does not finish the strats. Now the Soul Resurgence against the Invisible Boundary, and Alter still hope to make the space to cap, but they just don't have the picks. Lions have so much sustain on their side, and Frankie hopes to charm them back into the fight. Now another Invisible Boundary, this time from the attack, and Alter still have one strat ultimate left in their back pocket, and Kumio form isn't up yet for Rex. So this is really just a back and forth affair of the ultimate battle between strategists.
Now, Fate of Both Worlds is going to be sort of holding on here as much as they possibly can. And they're able to sort of keep this, like, attack just stalled out a bit more. Like, Lions are doing well to hold on. The Kamiho is just going to sustain it, even if Rex goes down in the process. Picks are being traded, which is only going to benefit Lions in the end. Ziad has pretty much not moved from this main pathway. He's getting good information, and he must be feeling pretty good about this with only a minute left. Alter Esports barely got past first. Lions have got so much control of this objective and a Rage of Ultron to maybe put this one to bed.
This was the Lions map pick, and you're just stepping into the jungle with no map and no solution, and it's just at this point you just need to be composed to know when it's time to pull back the fight. And Alter have been so good at trading backlines, but Whoops is on Phoenix and Monarch's the one on the Star-Lord, so it's been such a different thing. But what stays the same is a Mantis being removed from the Alter side as the Endsog looks to take care of an Ultron in midair. Incredible stuff from Whoops to try and trade this. Now 5 versus 5, but Alter needs a cap, and this is the last fight. 10 seconds left. Maybe someone will have to portal. Team Captain will be on that duty. Lions hope to chase everyone trying to get into that portal, but no, it's time to return to the objective. Oh, there's no touch.
There's no touch.
The portal wasn't there. Lions just win this series off of that.
Oh, and Alter just falter again on the third map. Lions, they didn't have like Shin Shibuya to rely on, and it might be like a different team that we're seeing when it comes to like how they're packaged. but the Lions roar again as the continuation of like what Vision were able to do, sets himself up in a playoff defining game. Frankly, it's a great addition of like Ziad coming in to sort of work with this. You've got just continuing on with like that performance, and look at the eliminations. Like, you might even not be able to see it. It's 1 to like Zerx, 2 to Satam to QB.
Yeah.
Nobody went down on the side of the Lions, and like
yeah, we got Tetcher, yeah.
It was pretty like dominant in the end for Lions on their final map choice.
Yeah, no, this was such a close series, and then that last game, it was like, where's this been the whole time? Because Lions just absolutely smashed that. Incredible play, a beautiful hold, and the perfect timing on those eliminations, even staggering out a very small amount at the end there. They were just a little bit too slow on the portal with Alter, meaning Lions were able to close that out magnificently. Beautifully executed, and a well-deserved first win for Lions, as they are another team just joining us here for Stage 1. Lemon, we keep talking about Saddam, yet another great performance.
And, you know, we highlight him on all these, whether it's the Black Cat now, I guess, all the Ultron. But Zerx is part of setting up and making everyone so squishy. I mean, he dropped, I think, 34,000 damage on the Phoenix on map 1. And now we revisit his stats, 32,000 damage on the Phoenix in map 3. And Zerx has always been that mechanical guy for this team. And now he's paired with an assassin, well, most of the time, that can go and finish off all these elims. So the win condition is so clear for Lions.
Ryan, let's have a look at some of these highlights. This is, reminder, the Vision roster from the pre-season with some small changes. What's standing out for you that's making Lions once again an incredible first series showcase?
I think it was like when they looked the best in preseason was that first week when people were like very much putting stock on dive, and then it sort of changed to be a bit more like Elsa poke, more based around like Gambit, outside of like just being these like dive centric stuff. It feels here that they've taken like what's like meta they want to build around like Devil Dinosaur. They want to go for like more White Fox. They want to play the Black Cat, but they're just incorporating it. Like you can play that sort of brawl around Devil Dinosaur, but play it with such like aggression and like coordination that you can still actually like make it dive centric. That's a really key thing to work with.
We've also got to bring up, you mentioned it during the cast, Lemon, just how much space Gainer is getting with the amount of pressure they're putting onto those backlines.
Yeah, just the Captain America has been such a good fallback plan because, I mean, I didn't even feel like Saddam even needed that much help, but once you threw him on Hall of Jalia, Gainer running it down, it put so much stress and pressure on the Alter strategists that it changed the entire way of how they were approaching fights. Alter had to instead be proactive, they had to be reactive to always mark where Gainer was, to look where Saddam was on the Black Cat, and it was just always playing catch up.
We're going to have a look at some of those statistics, and you can see just an insane performance. You highlighted it at the end there, Lemon. Zerx, 14-1, 31k damage. Ryan, just an insane performance there.
It's pretty much what you would expect. It's also like we saw this a lot with Elsa, just like how much like space are they given, because it's very easy to just churn out damage when you're Elsa or like Jean Grey by just being sat on the high ground, just popping people from a distance. Like, she doesn't have to rely on like the burst damage of getting us consistent hits anymore. Just the outright damage that Jean Grey does is incredibly strong. So it really is a case of like, how much is Whoops just given free reign to do damage from a distance when you've got someone like, Zerx even, to like go in for those fights when Gainer and Ziad are just so in the face, right? Like, it's such a good look when, you know, we're looking at Satam, he's diving and getting the eliminations. We don't really get to watch Zerx's POV, but he's just stood at a distance, being safe, holding left click, and demolishing people.
He's doing work, but not just that, he's also flexible. In the earlier series, again, this is something that Lemon pointed out. We don't get to see Zerx on Jeff very often, but it happened. We got to see it, Lemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of very nice to see all the flexibility that the Lions and just everyone brought out, and kind of a very fresh meta where just an addition of one or two heroes changes the entirety of how you're approaching every single one of these maps. And it's cool to see not even just how linear things are. It's not just front to back or dive. It's really a mix of both. And that's kind of how you're playing Dino and Captain America these days, or how you would play a Venom and an Emma. There's an anchor and there's a diver, and how you accompany that dive and how quickly you can execute is kind of the name of the game. And Lions were just way more efficient.
Could not agree more. But speaking of efficiency, Every win matters. Ryan, this is Group A. This is the one that a lot of people are worried about. This is the Na'Vi Rad Virtus Pro group. So every single win is so incredibly important to have any hope of getting one of those 4 spots to make it out of the group.
I mean, especially when it's like for the likes of Alter Esports, like the one win that they got in groups when it was like head-to-head with Peps was Pulsar. And Pulsar have changed a lot on their team. Like, this isn't like a free win by any stretch of the imagination. So it's like, if you're Lions, you're feeling good, but you have a strong Pulsar to beat, and then all of these other teams that are like consistently considered like top options in the region. For Alter Esports, it's now a must win against Pulsar, or you need to get like a shock win against some of these other bigger organizations within your group. It's just a really rough start, but it's the strength of schedule, and everybody has to go through it in a round robin like this.
We had a great showing, though, from Alter. They did take the map, and they almost were able to take that first map as well. But that loss is pretty big for them in this very tough group. Lemon, what would you like to see for them, or what would you like them to do? What advice do you have for them as they go ahead into the games later in the week and the following weeks coming up?
I guess either adapting to the meta around the Black Cat or learning how to counter it better. Alter have had the option of playing Black Cat. They chose not to. They're just sticking to their guns, literally, of the hit scans and just playing at a distance. But they had the right strat choices at some points. But if the Loki gets banned out, then what? If all these things get banned, if the Dino gets banned out, if your main composition gets banned out, you need to have more of a wealth of strategy. And I think Alter will develop that, since they did just add a new Vanguard. They did just add someone who has a different hero pool than Z-Cube did in the past. So Alter, this will be a long-term project, while Lions, I mean, they mastered the Black Cat already, so they will be ahead of the game this early.
And that Black Cat has been very impactful. Satam's really given a huge show for us, especially here in the caster booth, while we have been getting ever so slightly seasick watching it just for how mobile they are.
Yeah.
But again, we've been seeing stuff like Ultron coming in, Devil Dinosaurs come in from a lot of the teams so far. Ryan, this draft for the season, this meta, is turning out to be very exciting.
I mean, I feel like we've seen very little of it as well, right? It's just like, okay, I appreciate the like Alter Esports built around their composition, but it's to see if they can go and work hard to it.
Looks like we're going to be having our interview coming on in with the new Vanguard from the Lions. Ziad, welcome to Marvel Rivals Ignite for starters, and what a great first performance. How are you feeling after your first win?
Thank you so much for having me, guys. First of all, it's like was a bit of pressure, like playing in Ignite first, and second, become like joining as a replacement. So it was a bit pressure, and also playing like a hero that came out like 10 days ago. But now we're good. We managed like to win the game. I think we did good.
Yeah, you absolutely did. And it was great to see you. How has it been for you working with this core and preparing for stage 1? It seems like you guys are really ahead of the meta and use the Black Cat really well too.
Yeah. Well, like in the start, we like been struggling because it's like every a new batch, like you struggle to find out like the good heroes, the good compositions. We figure out like our composition, our comfort picks.
Can you talk about like how you joined the team? Because you were obviously like in MRC like season 7, like you played through that with the Lions, and then you've joined this squad. Like, did you trial for that? Was it just like they looked at you and like you did really well in MRC, we're just going to throw you straight in? Like, obviously you're sort of like sister teams, right? Like, so it felt a little bit like you were a natural addition to the roster, right?
Yeah, it was like both of like looking at me in the MRC, and I was trying, like I was trialing while screaming MRC tournament, because it was like a bit hard to me, because you can't be trialing to another team and playing to another team. But I did good in trials, and I managed to get like to the Ignite team.
And a well-deserved spot you have, getting your first win in Ignite in your debut match. Once again, Ziad, thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Yeah, guys, can you excuse me, shout out to something?
Oh, yes, please give us a shout out. Welcome back. We're back.
Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back.
Shout out to Asti and shout out to Sekfi, my boys.
All right.
Thank you very much, Ziad. We'll see you in the games coming up.
Thanks so much.
I like him. What a boy. What a day.
Shout out to production that were very quick to go straight back. Let him talk.
Very kind of him. let them speak. The shout out is great. An incredible performance from the Lions in the debut match for Ziyad and their debut under this new organization. Well done to them, but that is the end of our second series. But I hope you're not full because we have more for you coming up. It's going to be Shikigami versus Heretics coming up after this break. We come bearing gifts! We have been so excited about this series coming up for you today. It is the third rematch. They played twice in preseason, and now they get to bring it back one more time. Shikigami versus Heretics. And oh my god, both these rosters are so stacked. Starting with Shikigami.
Yeah, this is a team that, like, I'm really happy that they're starting to get their flowers a little bit more, like a third place finish in preseason. The main, I guess, adjustment to really highlight it, because we are just blitzing through these, is like Kaf coming into the team. Lindstrom and Nami were a consistent like duo through a lot of like previous tournaments, but Kaf coming in is somebody that has experience in Ignite, but it hasn't been for quite some time. Played on Planet Signage over the last couple of MRCs, so that's the main change to highlight. And also Ash coming in as coach.
But Lemon, speaking of changes to highlight, we have said goodbye to Oasis for Team Heretics, and we have Ken coming back in. Are they enough?
Absolutely enough. And I mean, Heretics got to that grand final, finished in second against maybe an unexpected opponent, but Heretics have always been strong. We also go into a good Mantis meta where, of course, now she gives a speed boost. We saw how important that is in the triple strat, and this is expected to be a team to watch in this Mantis meta, aka having the best Mantis in EMEA of Naga. And we're a team that really innovated the strat line EMEA, whether it's the Mantis, using Jeff with the Oasis. So how is Ken kind of filling in the Jeff shoes, if you will? But at least Ken comes in, I think, with a lot of talent to be able to just do that and to keep Heretics at the top.
This is a really good question, Ryan. In particular, we have seen in the past, back when a lot of this roster was Citadel, not Liquid Citadel, Citadel, Tanuki was the one who would play the Jeff sometimes, but surely we can't see that with just how good they've been doing on Duelist these days, as we're starting on Hell's Heaven.
So we've seen so much Black Cat, and you want to tell me to put Tanuki on like strategist? Like, no, sir. Like, I don't want to see that at all. But like, a great way to start with domination. See exactly where the meta is in the heads of Team Heretics.
Starting with that right away, I pass you for the last series of the day over to Ryan Central and Lemon Kiwi for our first game on Hell's Heaven.
Thank you so much. We'll take a visit to Group B, a rematch of the preseason semifinal and lower bracket final. Heretics winning in Game 5 both times, being very much able to trade each other's maps. So Ryan, I think this can easily go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of like looking at like the maps because it's like we see like Heretics be somewhat like strong on certain game modes. Like it has been like Convoy systemically that has been one of their really like good ones, that it's like a 67% win rate in preseason itself. For Shikigami, like it's domination that has the lead here, so it's like getting off to the right start is going to be key for them, considering that they can't pick domination again for a best of 3.
I think there's a lot more respect given to Shikigami after they finished third, right? I think people had maybe Rad above Shikigami, or we weren't sure how to really rate Shikigami, but if there was one thing that was really good about their team is the clutch potential. And there was so much hype behind Frost Mountain in this Daredevil meta, but then Layla's, I mean, popped off, had like the series of his career in playoffs. So Shikigami, there's a lot of excitement behind them, especially how good their Vanguard line was. All around, Shikigami are a top 3 team still, I think.
I'm looking at the draft. There's a shock first protect from Team Heretics. Can you guess what it is? I don't know if you're seeing it. I'll let chat decide before we actually like jump in, because they're going for the draft now. I don't know if they're resetting it actually, so that might be like a false flag, but it was like neither team actually going for like.
Oh yeah, I think they have to redo it because now
I think
they missed some stuff.
Something has happened in the elite words on the internet, but yeah, it's. I think here especially, like, it's just a strong game to start off with, at least for this group, because it isn't Group A where you have like this like consistent like strong teams like working there. It feels, yeah, so the remake in the lobby. I was going to say, like, Team Heretics starting off Season 1 by not protecting anything would be iconic, because they've done it before. Like, they have missed out on bans and protects in preseason, so it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. The same way that Enzo can't be clean in interviews, apparently. It's the same thing. Like, it's a bingo card of Team Heretics.
And I mean, Shikigami just want that bingo card to be in their favor. They want revenge, because if it's not being knocked out in playoffs by Heretics, it's also losing in the group stage. The Shikigami are 0-3 against Heretics, but this is a brand new meta. We are playing all the new heroes, Dino, Black Hat. It's also very identity based. There's some teams that are running Black Hat, some that are not. You saw that as evidence from Alter and of course Navi's opponent. So it's just such a difficult hero to master, but if you can, oh my god, is Black Cat just a day ruiner.
Yeah, I think one of my like main things that I was looking at like going into this like series in particular was, I remember Frost Mountain saying about Naga and Team Heretics that they were triple strategist merchants, and like I think Enzo had like brought it up in a couple of interviews and stuff, but it's like Mantis was like the main, like basically the only character that Naga really played in preseason. I was like, she has been not nerfed, but like adjusted, right? Like less damage, like boost on her inspiration, but you get movement speed. Is that going to impact like how prominent she is in like drafts or anything like that? Doesn't seem to be the case. So I think that like Team Heretics we're still going to see like the triple strategist, like with Naga leading the line, but I am expecting like Tanuki to just be unleashed on stuff like Black Cat, surely. I think he was like rank 1 Black Cat as soon as she came out. So yeah, we want to keep an eye on that head-to-head with him and Frost Mountain.
And then there's the 2 brawling tanks of Isidore and Beetle, who were incredible on the Captain America. So I'm hearing Tetcher. Hey, what's up?
Hello. To help while the teams reset the lobby, I return. I could not have come in on a better point to bring it up there. Isidore was one of the biggest stars of that preseason, coming in particularly on Groot, was just making so much space for the team. And it's delightful to see when we start seeing those Vanguards excel, because now we have even more flexibility in the Vanguard line, with the Devil Dinosaur coming in, opening up some space for them, with Deadpool currently being in this limbo of, is he the best character for a lot of those backline pickoffs and isolating people, or is he still less of a problem thanks to the nerfs he has received? I do like the point that Ryan brought up, though, with the triple strategist for Heretics, whereas we haven't seen a lot of triple strategists outside of Ultron and the sort of triple flyer composition that we saw in preseason 11.
And you're incorporating a new strategist in Ken, but when you got 3 of them, well, it seems like the workload is nicely divided between all of them. And Heretics, when I said they innovated the strat line, also comes to some of the choices. They were one of the first ones who ran the strat pool, for example, on a map like Hell's Heaven. And both these teams have encountered each other twice now on Hell's Heaven, and both going 1-to-1. So this is like, I'm so glad we're going to this domination map in particular, because it could really go either way.
And good news, Ryan, it's not Symbiotic Surface. We at least get some variety in our first series, as we've been very symbiote pilled in our first few rounds here. But looking at these drafts, we have some of the best group players, although Groot isn't being played as much. We have the question of who is going to be Jeffing. Will Black Cat, with just how priority and how good Tanuki is, will even make it through the bans here?
Ooh, that's a good point, actually. Especially, I would imagine, like, in that sense, like, Shikigami would be happy to go ahead against it. I think it is, like, how you deal with the backline, because I think one of the key things about Ken coming back is that Hero Pool was very similar to, like, Oasis, sort of like as a main strategist, and then Ken would be, like, the low-key, like, the sort of difference maker on the strategists to sort of build the compositions around. When Ken left for FlyQuest, Alex almost started playing the role that Ken played, and then Oasis came in. So now Ken's back, Alex could go back to playing the role that Oasis was playing, and Oasis could go over towards Sentinels. You get the point. It's sort of like, how are they going to, like, sort of play around, like, their backline? What kind of characters and combinations do they want to work with? I think that's, like, a key thing, and especially because both backlines have changed. Name's on the bench. You've got Kaf coming in alongside Lindstrom. How much of a difference is that realistically going to, like, make? Like, why was that change made? Can we see it in the server without asking the teams themselves if it's an eye level sort of test?
Such a good question, because, Lemon, when we look at the top 2 teams in Marvel Rivals, full stop, not just EMEA right now, in the form of Na'Vi and Virtus Pro in terms of results, the 2 world champions we have, the key factor that has been consistent is 2 backliners who have stuck together and synergized so perfectly in the strategist pool. And now, with new strategists coming in, that can be difficult to figure out.
Yeah, and I think both these teams have at least Vanguard lines that are suited for this kind of meta. Kaya, I think, was my favorite Venom to watch in playoffs, with, like, 1v3 strat lines. Like, you could put 3 or 5 strat lines, and Kaya was eliminating everyone. And Isidore really showed us the potential of something like Rogue as one of the better brawling ones. So no one better that I can think of to run a Captain America Dino situation. Same thing with Beetle and Enzo, but Enzo was leaning more towards, like, things like EMEA and the Vanguard pool, which are also emerging in the meta. So it's going to be really cool to see everyone's perspective and really approach on what is the best Vanguard line, because I think that's really is what's going to define things. Then Frost Mountain and Tanuki, I think can absolutely own the assassin playstyle, being both either Psylocke or Daredevil players. So I think both these teams are going to be just as strong in the preseason in the stage 1.
I'd love to piggyback off of that, because we talked about how much Tanuki has been the Black Panther player in the past, and now the Black Cat player nowadays. But when we talk about flexibility and wildcard choices, Ryan, you can't get much better than Frost Mountain.
Yeah, the original Storm player, which we just don't see much Storm at all nowadays. But, like, it's how, like, he pivoted to just sort of playing the sort of melee characters. It was Daredevil, certainly a little bit more of, like, Torch as well. We saw some of those moments from Shikigami playing that strategy on the Central Park, which I'm genuinely shocked that we haven't seen any Central Park today. You know what I mean? Like, Jalia instead, like, it feels like it was just Midtown Central Park. That's where any team on Europe would consistently want to keep going. But I would imagine that if we do see Shikigami picking up a map, like Yggdrasil would be where Heretics would want to go. And then, yeah, Central Park for Shikigami, because they're 4-1 on it. So Domination has been, like, a decent map for both sides, but there's definitely some, like, tricks and trades on how this can go. And it's going to basically be like, what is Frost Mountain going to play in any given moment?
To explain to the audience why we are talking a little bit here, the teams had some issues with the sides in the lobby. That's being fixed now. We'll be getting back into the game as soon as we are able. But until then, we're more than happy to just talk about these 2 incredible teams, because we hyped it up quite a bit at the start here, Lemon. These 2 teams have created, in such a short period of time of the preseason, one of the most intense rivalries in EMEA.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's not between Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, it's probably between these two teams. And I look towards what Leolus is going to do. I guess I didn't really pay attention to him too much in the group stage because it was Frost Mountain, like, eliminating like 5 people every fight. But now Leolus in playoffs, I think, absolutely stepped up and really found his stride. And it's something about getting into these high-stakes matches that kind of, like, awoke something in someone like Leolus. And kind of a hero that we didn't really mention that could be a counter to Black Cat in any dive has been the Namor. And Leolus has brought out the Namor more than the usual duelist has, at least in the group stage. And on a map like Hell's Heaven, there's so many places to play squids and stuff. But I don't want to start speculating on Namor because that's maybe a bronze take. But I just wanted to say that Leolus has always had an answer to really anything thrown at him.
Ryan, as a fellow Leolus Glazer since stage 1, it has been delightful just to see how much he improves time after time. A quick reminder that he is actually another EMEA champion, but from the console side in Season 0 before swapping over to PC and now becoming one of the top players in EMEA. It's delightful to see him play every time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like how him and Frost Mountain just seem to like build up the whole like team when it comes to like options. Like, yeah, he was mostly on Elsa when he could get his hands on it, but we saw some good amount of Psylocke, Jean Grey, who seems to be like incredibly strong, but can also like flex over to playing stuff like an Ultron if they want to go for like a triple strategist lineup. I think for me, like the biggest like, okay, how is this going to work? It's probably going to be Kaya because the majority of his time in preseason was on Deadpool Vanguard, which we're still seeing. We saw a little bit earlier from like Trust Me in bits and pieces from Alter Esports and Lions, but I would like imagine that it's going to be maybe more leaning towards the Dino. It depends because Acedo also had a huge amount of time on Rogue, which if Gambit's going to be banned out consistently, we're not going to see any Rogue as a result.
Gambit has been focused pretty hard in a lot of our games, but he's stuck through a couple times here, Lemon. But again, we're starting to enter these points where we get these players with these heroes that could rise up into target ban territory.
Yeah, and I think in all of our games except one, we've had one-sided dinos, which really just changes your approach on how are you going to counter the dino, which right now it's either obviously running some kind of double duelist or really investing in your single duelist with some kind of double damage boost like a Mantis Ultron, or it's utilizing Emma or people with shields that can put something on the other side of the dino. Even like Vanguard Deadpool has been throwing these bubbles on the other side of the dino, or really on top of the dino, to make it so they don't have resources, because the dino, if you're not aggressive enough, you're not going to get into melee range to actually self-heal and really leverage the bleeds that you are putting out. So I think there's been some good answers to the dino. I don't think it's the must-win Vanguard right now.
It's strong. It controls what your opponents play, and that's where we're starting to see some teams take the advantage with it. But I do agree. It's not the be-all, end-all. We are seeing a lot of people, like you said, focusing onto double duelists to deal with it, and this is why I want to bring up something to kind of double piggyback here. We're talking about Leolus earlier, we're talking about dino counters here. The new upgrade on the ammo for Star-Lord, going from 40 to 50 outside of his ultimate in just his basics. Ryan, I feel like that's making a solid difference of just players being able to just unload a full clip into a backliner and take them out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very good across like different types of map. You've got good team ups with like Rocket and synergies with like various ultimates. Like it does make a difference because of just like the damage output you're able to put through, but we did see a lot of like Star-Lord for various teams in preseason too. It just feels like it's going to teeter it more towards him. But also, you could say the same for like Jean Grey. Like that was the other option that we saw a good amount of, and she's been buffed. So it's like, I think it's just like if you are playing stuff like Jean Grey, like Star-Lord can shut her down a little bit more. But it's just the fact that these guys have probably got a lot more experience on playing Star-Lord pretty much since like Season 0, where he was a very like prominent duelist choice for various duelist players in esports scene.
Jean Grey losing a little bit of her explosion damage, but getting a boost to single target, which is how a lot of Jean Greys have been playing, basically being like almost a Hela with a little bit more mobility, just trying to ping people from across the map and take people out. And then, of course, the combo of Ensong Inferno with anything to just try and nuke someone off the face of the map. We actually saw a mid-air Ensong Inferno on Yggdrasil in the last series.
Crazy.
That was delightful. But it looks like we're heading back in, so I will disappear into the void and send you over to Ryan Central and Lemon Kiwi.
I like being visited by the void, but I also like getting into our maps eventually. Ryan, our last match of the day, Shikigami Heretics. It's time to, settle the beef, at least in the group stage.
Yeah, take two. I think on how this draft is going to go, but I don't know how much of this is going to be like too much of a surprise, really. Like, I guess we now know that, like, for Heretics before, we didn't know sort of how they wanted to build compositionally. Now it's like we know that they lean towards triple strategist. Shikigami can do, but they probably want to play it more 2-2-2 and try to beat them out that way. It's going to instantly be a very interesting draft because Shikigami have first banned out Black Cat. Like, yeah, it's very different.
If it's real, is it real? Because we'll get into the lobby here in a second to make sure that everyone is not confused. It is the first day, guys. It's the first day of Ignite Stage 1. Yeah, there was a preseason. Players are players, okay? We're gonna get into our first best of 3 in this pick and bans very shortly, but like we've said before, both these teams have traded every map pick. Hell's Heaven, both teams are 1-1 against each other, and these are, I mean, I can't think of two perfect teams to be suited for a kind of brawler, even a hybrid style meta. And the big question is going to be around the strategist line, because we talked about the addition of Ken, but also Kath and Lindstrom, so there's a big question mark in this first match.
I mean, it always seems to be, but like we should be jumping into draft soon. So yeah, the Black Cat ban is going to be sort of in. You've got the Protect onto Daredevil to make sure that it's not just like an isolated pick-off, but both teams, certainly on Domination on Hell's Heaven, it makes sense that you want to get the Daredevil to sort of get information of what lanes are going to be contested if you have control of the objective, where exactly people are going to try and come from. But everything else, like Gambit has been banned out both sides. You've got Mantis that is currently one-sided. See if there's going to be like a ban later on. Luna also making sure that they're taken out, expecting maybe that like White Fox would be something that would be protected on either side, but it is going to be banned out in this case on the side of Team Heretics.
Now I'm looking forward to seeing who is going to be the Dino. Are we going to get double Dino? It seems to be the case at least, or maybe this is maybe a tricky map to play the Dino into, and it's very close range and everything can access you. But really what's important is what's supporting the Vanguard line, because these two teams have the most flexible Vanguard lines that there is. And yeah, I would expect Isidore to be on the Captain America. The same thing for Beetle. That was, I think, the two better Captain Americas in the preseason, but it's who is going to be owning the Dino and if that's even going to be the case. I mean, Dino has been pretty easy to pick up for any Vanguard. It's the Black Cat that some people just don't want to touch.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like teams are not going to show how good they are on it yet, and I think when it comes to like, even if teams are very like bullish on playing it, we haven't even like scratched the surface of like a skill ceiling. So it's like still teams wanted to just get the reps on it and make sure that they can make the most out of her just huge amount of utility. But here now it's such a big game when it comes to deciding who's really going to get their revenge in this case. Is Shikigami going to be able to actually beat Heretics on their 4th attempt of the 2026 Ignite season? Or is Heretics going to try and gun for that top spot in their group and a top spot in Stage 1, send themselves to mid-season finals to do a lot more damage to international teams? It's a great game to cap off what's been a great first day, Lemon.
This has been incredible. I mean, already a map 3. Like, now it feels like we're really going to get into some cinema, or at least Shikigami. They really surprised us in playoffs, but can they carry that through when it comes to the group stage? Portal play now from Kaya. We'll see if he swaps to the cap. No, he's just going to keep committing to it, as Team Heretics didn't get jump scared too much, but the Daredevil here from Tanuki is doing some scouting.
Cross Mountain, see if he can go in for the fight. Ultron is not trying to disengage in the slightest, but he's taking an absolute hammer in. Ken is going to try and actually give some sort of emotional support and physical support as the sustain is leaning towards Heretics in this fight, but immediately Shikigami regroup. They take the engagement and they're forcing this dinosaur right into the corner.
Yeah, the strat pool is used by Lindstrom this time. He's taking a page out of Alex's book and see that Heretics are almost already capped. This Dino from Enzo is just relentless. Just anywhere he steps, Shikigami just don't seem to have an answer. I mean, I think the Dino here on Isidore's side has still a lot of health. You just can't give up this cat. They're still looking to apply the bleed and to get a kidnap going. And Enzo's body block from his team. What looked like to be such an amazing start from Heretics. Oh, the dominance dominoes and the cards come crashing down. You remove one of the strategists from the Shikigami side. Can Lindstrom and Laylas do it all on their own? Shikigami are barely managing to keep this fight going. A portal to recontest, and it will be Enzo and Heretics and friends to be back at full force. Now Laylas is throwing people off the map.
Oh, Laylas can't quite get out though. Naga is there to just make sure that he gets the elimination in the end. You got Portal plays and the team up with Invisible Woman still working, but it's not going to be enough sustain for Shikigami in that first fight. Lots dedicated to try and keep it alive, but Heretics are the ones to take it. Building up a very quick like Rage of Ultron 2 for Naga that is continuing on to be a triple strategist merchant, but this time he's moving over towards the Ultron, outputting a good amount of damage, and Tanuki getting a good amount of information on this Daredevil.
Oh, Tanuki. He's downloaded the information. Heretics have already downloaded the point. They have so many good ultimates. You just have to get organized. Have Naga not on the Mantis? I don't even know if this is the big year of the 26. Like, Buddy's ready to at least put down some firepower as Shikigami already kicking things off with the extra heals. The death ball gets in Heretic's face as Alex hopes to stabilize Eye of Agamotto towards the back. It only stuns Cat and hoping to get the burst. Not enough energy. Now blocking the counter. Eye of Agamotto. Cat's invisible boundary lasted as long as they could, and Shikigami need another strat ultimate, but they just don't have it. And Heretics are really the ones suffering. They have the extra overhealth for now, but without Tanuki, can they still pull through? 60% plus. It's just a fight that never ends. And at this point, Heretics may just 100-0 if Shikigami don't get it together.
They just can't get anything going, and there was some really good plays like blocking the Eye of Agamotto, having an invisible boundary to keep everybody from Shikigami alive, and even like the devil out on the side of Frost Mountain. It just wasn't enough in the end. Ken has had some really good responses, like being able to dash in on the rest of the team, but also a great Kamiho to actually turn that fight into their favor. Shikigami have so little to work with. Vasido's going to be over on a Devil Dinosaur. Might be not going to be a chance for Portal play. No chance, because Heretics have had such a strong control on this. It's gone by in a flash. Tanuki finds a pick onto the backline of Lindstrom, who's back on the Deadpool strategist, but it's not going to be enough. Even if Kai gets a pick, it's 99% at least for Heretics.
One last touch has to come from Isidore, and Eye of Agamotto from Enzo gets blocked away. Great job from Kaya, but the strategists need more help than that. There's just no healing really left from the Shikigami side, and there's just not going to be heroics, not with no support like this. Heretics, I mean, not just a statement with a period, but an exclamation on this first round of Hell's Heaven. 100-0. Jeez.
Absolutely, like, clinical from like Heretics, and it's like the resources dedicated to the right fights. That first engagement on any like domination is so important, impactful to get off on the right foot. That like Heretics, you know, going for like portal plays and stuff initially, just making sure that they don't really lose out on it, because we saw from Shikigami's perspective how hard it can be to claim once you lose it. Even if you have some good ultimates, you're not finding the eliminations, as it's only Ken that's gone down twice on the strategists. Naga and Alex 11-0 apiece. Really goes to show that like Frostman and Layla certainly can't get anything going. There's one elimination between those main duelist players.
And that's so surprising to see, because Frostbound was like the best Daredevil to watch in the preseason. He would carry his team on his back, kicking and screaming to win fights. Like, and if you shut down Frost Mountain, I don't know if the gears will keep turning on the Shikigami side, but Heretics, I mean, cementing themselves in the first round, and when you have two dinos going at it, whoever caps the point first is just going to be that much more ahead.
Now, seeing if Shikigami can actually have a little bit more of like a go here, because it's like the domination maps was stuff that he really succeeded on in preseason. Certainly against like Heretics, it was just towards the depth of those series that they started to run out of steam. But Naga having the Rage of Ultron means that he can go for the fast play and force out the invisible boundary from Cav. So there's a bit of a counter back into the neutral. If Shikigami want to go for something more offensive with the Devil Beast Rampage, they're going to go for it.
Oh, yeah, and now counter invisible boundary secondary from Alex, and this is what could give the cap to Heretics, and Shikigami can't afford that. Beetle denied the cap from Shikigami, and now Heretics are already 65. Tanuki's against the strategist, and you just cannot do anything against this. The Ultron can only laser so much, and Tanuki is unstoppable. Heretics will be capping the point first.
Same as before. You just like Rage of Ultron is so good for those moments. Like even with the universal nerfs that we had to like how quickly these ultimates can be farmed up, Rage of Ultron is still one of the fastest ultimates to be able to fight and rely on. If you want to go for something more divey, you can just rely on Tanuki, on the Daredevil, the White Fox, and the Captain America to start to go for those targets. And Naga could be in with those dives or protecting the backline if they get dove on themselves. Here, though, you've got Tanuki getting all of this information out exactly where Shikigami are going to come from, trying to grip them up and go for these fights.
And the Dino can just anchor while the Captain America adventures elsewhere. That is going to be the win condition of Heretics, and Tanuki follows up so well. The res from the Rocket Raccoon brings Shikigami still in a 6v6 as Kaya looks to maybe take advantage of this group up. The Feast of the Abyss isn't being pulled, and Heretics, I mean, they popped 3 ultimates as soon as Tanuki fell. That's when 911 is truly being called, and Heretics, after the Kumiho form expires, so does Ken, permanently out of this fight. 55% though, and growing. Heretics may have sort of lost the beginning of this fight, but they can keep stalling till 99% if Shikigami don't get a clean fight.
Whether they can get that dive in, like Invisible Boundary is going to be forced out from Lindstrom this time. Shikigami having a lot of ultimates, but they don't want to run into the same mistake that they did on the last point where they used so much and still not able to get anything off the back of it. Seeing if the Feast of the Abyss can get the elimination, but again, the peel is good, and Ken is actually not bad the venom enough that it's going to allow people to get out. Devil Beast Rampage is actually going to find the pick over onto Tanuki, and Naga slowly just getting out of the fight, not wanting to be involved. Don't make a scene. Let Shikigami take this point because they expended a lot of ultimates, and Heretics have so much time on the board.
Yeah, geez, I hope Shikigami win that fight after they popped the rocket damage boost and everything in between, but now they literally have to do a 0 to 100 comeback.
Now, seeing if, like, Frost Mountain could do the same with, like, Tanuki, gaining that information, seeing if he can sort of go for these, like, lanes. And there's no ultimates to, like, rely on now. It's going to be hard to try and build these up. Aceto might want to just take some of the damage to make sure that there's another invisible boundary to go for Lindstrom, as that was the ultimate that started off here. For Team Heretics, Enzo, it might be the Devil Beast Rampage that starts off this engagement. You have got the invisible boundary to hold on to, but the pick, Frost Mountain, goes down instantly.
And Enzo is the one who grabbed Frost Mountain and just feeds his baby Dinos, and Heretics are ahead, and they have the invisible boundary left in store. Shikigami don't have strat ults. Heretics getting to the finish line very soon. A revenge match going between these two teams, and it starts off in Heretics' way in a second. Beetle has fallen, and Alex doesn't seem too panicked to pop the ultimate quite yet. And Enzo, he's just getting started. He's running down the strats, and I mean, Isidore just tried to delay him as much as possible, but now Kath is running for his life, and this Dino is hungry. But now 99%, Heretics also need a clean fight themselves, and eventually the strategists fall. No help, no Raft is coming for these healers as Shikigami get pieced up one by one, and map 1 ends in Heretics' favor.
Couldn't go for the portal at the end, as you just saw. So yeah, 2-0 win for Team Heretics over on this map, even when you had some of the more interesting like elements of like the Black Cat being banned out straight away. It sort of didn't impact the draft too much in the end. You've just got like a one-sided like White Fox even, and then you've got Ultron on the other. It didn't mean much. Tanuki can still do the damage even if Black Cat isn't available, and Ken, the reintroduction, it might have felt a little bit like rough, I think, for people that were like Oasis fans, because Oasis did really well, but Ken made a big adjustment to this team, and they look a lot more succinct because of it.
Hey, if they're still winning, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Ken is just added to this success. And wow, success it is for Heretics. Taking map 1, we'll see what Shikigami pick after the break.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising the distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
You can't ban out Tanuki. Target bans don't work when you're the GOAT. We have Heretics taking a 1-0 lead over Shikigami. An incredible start. And Lemon, this is a scary team. This is the team that came second in preseason, and they are off to a belter of a start.
Yeah, and usually it takes time to integrate a new player like this, but we knew the potential of Ken's talent and how he's able to support someone like Tanuki. Just him versus Frost Mountain on this Daredevil. It was all about not just what the single duelist could do, but the unit that follows through with him. And Team Heretics, this is their map, and Tanuki absolutely owned it.
Ryan, looking at the statistics at the end here, who else is standing out for you?
Ooh, I mean, I think, like, for Ken, like, the performances, again, of his introduction, I feel like Enzo putting out that much damage. Like, Enzo's been very good at just jumping onto the new Vanguards and sort of playing on that point. Like, his Deadpool Vanguard was exceptional at the start of preseason, and seeing him be able to do that kind of much damage on Devil Dinosaur, it definitely, like, is the right kind of move. You want to be seeing that when a character like Black Cat comes in for Tanuki and having one of your Vanguards just be very good on Devil Dinosaur in those moments. That's the key thing. I think on the side of like Shikigami though, it's just like the lack of elimination, certainly from like Frost Mountain. And it's just going to be the common thing. If we see a lot of teams going for these triple strategists, it does put a lot more pressure on the duelist to basically be the difference maker. He's got more resources being put into him to find eliminations. If he doesn't get any, all people are going to do is like look at him and go like, what's going on?
There's a term used in games often, and that is a hyper carry. And when you have triple strategist, that's often sometimes something that you kind of have to fill into that role a little bit, especially when you're on something like Daredevil, who has been banned out often, targeted, the difference maker in the World Championships. Daredevil can be an extreme problem, but Frost Mountain wasn't able to bring it to bear. Heretics were able to deal with this. So far, Lemon, it seems the only thing we haven't seen Heretics do is explain to us where Jeff goes, which is something we were, of course, wondering earlier.
And yeah, the strategists these days are so punishing against melee divers, whether it's the charm from the White Fox, freeze, anything like that, but also no Mantis from the Mantis teams. That must mean Mantis sucks, right? But we'll see if this next map sucks.
We're heading to Symbiotic Surface here. No Celestial Husk. We are going to instead the other Clintar map. And this map is very different because defenders have a lovely hold position on this map and a huge line of sight for attackers.
Yeah, I think it's also like a weird map to be picking. It just feels like so many teams have moved away from it and gone for other options that Shikigami throwing a bit of a curveball. 0 and 1 on it. They've only played it once in preseason. An odd map to choose, but there must be a reason for it.
We were honestly expecting them to go to their main hideout, it seems in this case, which was Central Park, but they're going to surprise us at least a little bit here. But I will leave you with your casters, Ryan and Lemon Kiwi, for what could be the final game.
Thank you so much. Yes, this first point of Symbiotic Surface, man, it is a long road to that point cap. So I'm thinking that it's got to be a huge point for these assassins to get around the front lines, or you have to have some really strong hit scans. So obviously Shikigami have something up their sleeve.
You'd hope so. Like, and I mean, that's what gave them so many like good results in the early stages of groups in preseason because of stuff like the triple flyer composition on Central Park. It was what got them a map win over Navi, and they didn't really have an answer to it. So I am excited to like get into the draft and see what kind of changes there's going to be. And immediately, we're not going to see that Black Cat ban coming in straight away, but it is going to allow a Protect coming in. So Frost Mountain gets to show exactly what he's working on with the newest duelist added into the game.
See how this all breaks down, and that's really got to shake things up in the Shikigami camp, right? Of just almost getting 200 to 0. Like, it was really tough for their Vanguards to feel like they could confidently go forward. And I think the strength of Black Cat has always been there. Kind of surprised it didn't come out already, but I was wondering, okay, maybe it's just not a match one thing, but based on these two protects, I think we're gonna see some Black Cat.
Yeah, I mean, it's the two teams that like you would want to see. I feel like we've got like Crazy Kitty to be able to play a bit of Black Cat. Tanuki and Frost Mountain are the other two that I'm like, okay, yeah, I really need to see what these guys are going to do. El Chabagub would have been another one, but unfortunately he's not involved in stage 1 with Pulsar at this time. And Captain America, a pretty early like ban, so it's going to be like a one-sided White Fox and a one-sided Captain America if those bans don't come in either way. So immediately it's going off the beaten path that we're used to, which is seeing a lot of stuff around Devil Dinosaur.
Really targeting Beetle in that moment. It really was between Isidore and Beetle in that first one, and just how was Tanuki able to be set up for success. That initial damage from the cap and everything else made Tanuki look glorious on Hell's Heaven. As Dino's being now considered from Shikigami, will it be a one-sided Dino or not? We'll see what this final protect ends up being, but Shikigami did feel like they could really own the space off of their Dino plays, and when you don't have another Dino on the other side, there'll have to be another sustained tank that Heretics have to consider.
Yeah, they just got the one-sided Dino right at the end, so it's still involved in this one in this case. I mean, the sightlines, certainly on like the first point, they're going to make it hard, but there's so many like little routes that you can go behind. If the Devil Dinosaur on the side of Shikigami for Isidore can like close that distance, it's going to be really hard to like disengage with how narrow the second point could be too. You don't want to be stuck in there with a dinosaur just hurtling himself at you. And there's so many little perches of high ground that you can leap up to that it's going to be like very scary in the end. So looking across on this, like a one-sided like Luna, just go in to make sure that you can't get that combination with White Fox. It means that like Shikigami going to be playing a lot more around. It seems like at the very least like the Deadpool strategist is what's been hovered over. We saw a glimpse of it over on Domination. I am curious if they want to keep this going and seeing if they want to like commit to some more of those like team ups that Deadpool provides.
I'm stoked to at least see Naga on the Star-Lord, because even us casters were like, what award do we give Naga? Is it strategist MVP? Is it duelist MVP? Like, technically a duelist, but was the GOAT at like anything you would put him on. So the double Naga being on a Star-Lord would mean a double duelist setup, unless Heretics are really changing things up. And even there was changes on the Shikigami side, running more of the strap pool, which was something Heretics had brought up with Alex in the past. So the power of the freeze, the charm, the double charm, the ice wall team up from EMEA. This is a good comp from Heretics.
Being Angela in play too, like Beetle just seeing if he can go in these like counter dives, move people out of position. And lack of Wolverine today, just full stop as well, but it's probably going to depend on some of the maps. Like no museum in action today, so no Wolverine as a result. So now Shikigami seeing if this attacking side can provide a very quick first point take, but the dash is going to come through insanely clean from Tanuki, catching onto multiple players, but it's going to force out some resources, and ultimate is going to be available for Lindstrom pretty early on with just all of the strategy healing that he's able to put out in this case. Shikigami holding the high ground and Heretics bracing themselves for the dive.
Yeah, just Angela was not on my bingo card for this first one, and Beetle is going to be in and out of this fight. It takes time to charge up that spear of Angela, and that means Enzo was left out to dry. Shikigami, you know, it took a while to get to this power position, but that's what's important now. Heretics are going to be stuck. Enzo looking for a portal play here to get the rest of Heretics going, while Tanuki brings out the calling card, and Shikigami look mostly unaffected until Tanuki and Alex get the finishes they need on the strategist, and the first take all just earned now. Someone's not contesting from the Heretic side, so a little blunder there, but 2 more takes to go for Shikigami after the reset.
Yeah, just 1/3 to go for their troubles here. I'm wondering if there's going to be any change-ups here. They're going to go for like a compositional change if they want to still try and commit to it. But yeah, they've got some ultimates, at least for the front line of Kaya, with the Beast of the Abyss, and then you've got the Invisible Boundary. But it's more getting to the objective. You can see just how much information Heretics is able to sort of get. And a bit of pocket money scuppered from Tanuki, not able to grab it, but he's getting information on exactly where this attack is going to come from with the orb.
Tanuki did already a great job in the first fight. Isidore has been frozen. You know, that's out of the picture. So Shikigami will move forward and place the invisible boundary here in a second. They've already got a pick on Alex. Maybe you could just conserve it. The Rage of Ultron from Naga is the only thing really keep Heretics kicking. And Naga gets kicked in the teeth. Shikigami even placed a very aggressive invisible boundary right at the choke point to slow anyone from recontesting. But of course, Tanuki still makes it through, but he's not going to have any support when the White Fox can't teleport with him. So Shikigami will get the job done.
A bit of trying to fly through, Enzo returning, but it's not going to be enough. Shikigami grabbing the point in the end, but Tanuki wanted to still make this a fight and seeing if they can either reset quickly, just get a couple more picks. It is going to be the former, not the latter. So now Heretics having to try and hold this, and immediately trying to set Isidore up is Shikigami to try and take this high ground to get a little bit more of the space and seeing if they can use these 4 ultimates that they have to springboard the second point into a very fast third.
Another strat pull, which we only really saw in Domination in the preseason. So the power of just deathballing with your dinos seems to be key. And now you have the Angela really harassing things, and that's going to be so painful to play against an invisible woman to stop your flight at all times. And Shikigami are being stopped on their pathing towards the objective, when Tanuki is just whipping them to death. Shikigami, I mean, they can't turn around and deal with this. And now the Eye of Agamotto only stuns the one strat, but it's enough to remove a severe amount of healing from the Shikigami side. At least Isidore will be as self-sufficient, will feast upon the Vanguards, and Heretics only have a few left. So despite such a good start, Shikigami end even better.
Able to just catch an angel out of the skies in the grips of the teeth of Isidore, but a great fight win from Shikigami. And Enzo, it was a good, Eye of Agamotto that came through. It only connects onto Calf, but the elimination was there. They're at least able to follow up and confirm it in the end. But now it's a calling card that you're looking at for Frost Mountain. If you can get into position, Tanuki's got the same. So you're looking at both Black Cats to be the one that decides if this is going to be a third point checkpoint in the end, or whether Shikigami's going to get stalled out on this fast attack.
Tanuki is on the flank again. He's up to no good, but man, Heretics just don't have strats. The fight starts and only Naga is the one keeping this team up. So Shikigami will stack the payload, will stack all the space as well. Heretics, I mean, they will not be able to call for anyone, but wait, Naga and Tanuki will just trade back lines and pull off the heroics that this defense needs to surmount Shikigami. The invisible boundary is the Hail Mary from Calf, and Shikigami will group up around it as Tanuki is dealing with the reinforcements of Shikigami, who can't even get to the fight. Frost Mountain will have the last laugh for now, and that means Shikigami are ahead. But wait, there was no support for Isidore, and this is just an all-out war for the payload.
Angela taking out the Black Cat, but the 9 lives landing on the feet up to the high ground is good enough. So now Shikigami, they're losing numbers, but the payload is incremented itself forwards ever so slightly. Beetle is getting good value out of this Angela with how just disruptive he has been, just able to isolate picks, the rest of the team going off of it. And Ken's Kamiho is going to shine out as this defense does hold on before the second checkpoint. There's a minute left, so it's not only the fact that Heretics won out that fight, Lemon, it's the fact that they made it long and laborious, and Shikigami having some ultimates to work with, but not everything. They're pushed all the way back pretty much to their spawn.
And with this high ground, Heretics can drop on them with the Eye of Agamotto or a Black Cat, and Shikigami cannot ignore this. So Shikigami will overwhelm it. Enzo will jump out, and he won't be able to pull this ultimate out quite yet. We'll have to wait for that jump. But Shikigami, they just bulldoze the house as Beetle keeps them all caged up with the ultimate. And Shikigami cannot be caged at this point. The Eye of Agamotto targets Cap yet again, and that burst, that setup is perfect for Tanuki. Yet another fight win, and a swift one for the Heretics.
Yeah, just these brave bits of CC they're able to get. It's the same thing, just Eye of Agamotto connects onto one, but it's a key one. Invisible Woman's going to be taken out. We've got Kaya that's going to dedicate with the Feast of the Abyss just to stop for a bit more time to see if there's potential for a pull, but it doesn't look like it. The touch can't quite come in from Shikigami, and they're held just before the second checkpoint. Heretics' defense, the clinicalness of finding the picks, the dive lives on.
Yeah, man, this was pretty back and forth for a while until Tanuki, Enzo, and what a different Vanguard line that you would ever expect. Like, Angela into Invisible Woman is usually so bad, just anything that the Invisible Woman does will stop your flight, but Beetle was involved at all times, never really dipping out and leaving Enzo to dry after that initial fight. Knew he had to be part of the equation, and Enzo was always guaranteed a stun with his Eye of Agamotto on at least Kath, and removing a guaranteed strat in those fights has been massive for Heretics. And I still think this push is very decent. I don't think it's amazing for Shikigami, despite how they have first and second bloods in all these fights. Shikigami failed to really close out the fights.
No, 100%. You'd expect just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Like, certainly getting onto second, like, you might be able to do a lot more with the space opening up. But here, it's just like Heretics are going to be, like, pretty happy. It's not really often that you see, like, a full hold happen to some of these, like, top teams facing off like this. But I think for, like, looking to the future, like, Ken's value at a White Fox needs to be, like, looked at. And, like, having that combination, too, like, with the Luna means that it's a little more potent for Shikigami to be dealing with. And that backline is suffering from the dive that has just been reckoned upon them. See if what Heretics could do with, like, an offensive composition. And Beetle's still on the Angela. Still wants to go for the sort of flying support.
Finally, we have Naga on the Mantis. Life is good. I can be happy again. And now that means he'll damage boost Tanuki. I mean, he didn't even have... and now he's going to have the added speed. You have 2 levels of charms, including actually technically the Emma's ultimate can do that too. So we'll see how Shikigami's defense will sustain and remain on this high ground as wait, the Invisible Woman has been isolated. The double jump was used. Now Tanuki has to address the Daredevil in the room, and still Tanuki uses the invisibility to choose the moment carefully that he engages. Isindura's been frozen. Shikigami need to find some footing on this objective or Heretics will just cap. The first tick has still been denied. Tanuki has been denied thanks to the low-key lamps, and that's a great choice for Lindstrom to help this backline. Heretics lose Beetle in the progress, and they may just lose momentum from this.
It's so many resources too. Like, you could just see that, like, from Frost Mountain's POV, he just needs to shut down Tanuki, and he could barely keep up with him. You can hear the scout noises going on to Tanuki to see where the focus is, but there's just a moment, a glimpse where he looks away. They've even lost a player in Ken. He does get sedated, but is there going to be actually enough there to go for a pick on the back of it? He's able to be taken down, so Shikigami able to hold on a little bit more on this defense.
The clones plus the sleep, like Layla's has an entire bodyguard unit around them, and yeah, if the clones are going to be grouped up like that, I mean, the Black Cat should still be able to dash through and still have some decent AoE damage, but Tanuki, this is a different situation that he is walking into, and the first take actually never even got earned from Heretics, so a huge investment of time now has been given, and Enzo is looking to set up this psionic seduction, but wait, there's some trouble in the back from Frost Mountain flanking, so Shikigami are already being proactive, and Heretics have to pull the trigger. They do so with the psionic seduction to pull these backliners out of cover. Now the psionic seduction emerges, and that's enough for Shikigami to tilt the scales.
Yeah, Psionic Seduction is so good at getting rid of the lamps, but Lindstrom, having a God of Mischief, is able to go for the copy and the Soul Resurgence in the end. So Isidore now, seeing with the rest of Shikigami on this defense, if they can just sort of contain stuff, but it's just constant. You're switching perspectives, and they're just surrounded by Heretics players. Alex is now forced out to use the Fate of Both Worlds, and it's going to be the Soul Resurgence on the other side. See if Shikigami can just, again, out-sustain this. Let the Devil Out is in the hands of Frost Mountain if he needs it, but they're doing a really good job on holding on to this, as there's only 90 seconds left, and the Freedom Charge is going to be used.
Yeah, this is Central Park all over again for Shikigami. They are just building a fortress, an ironclad one at that. As Tanuki knows he has to be the one who puts his team on his back to remove these strategists, but he's being marked at all times. And if Tanuki's not paying attention, he'll be the victim in all of this. As the calling card has been written, Shikigami, they stay as far away from trouble as possible. Fantastic anchoring from the Vanguard line of Shikigami to deny the objective, at least for now, as the invisible boundary has been erected, and Heretics try to match this with a Kumio form and a charm, and it's all blue for the Heretics squad, who will get the first tick going. A portal play should be in the hands of Shikigami if they can respawn in time, but now they just don't have time to go for that, so at least finally Heretics will cap.
I'm getting too old to watch these players, like, move at this pace and take swings at each other. It just leaves you, like, gripping onto your chair watching this. So Shikigami, they would be happy with, like, this hold. Like, we bought a lot of time, but it's like 3 minutes now to hold at the end of second. A lot of this, like, progression that they're already making on the payload for Heretics is just natural. There's no way for Shikigami to contest this, and if you do, you risk overextending and then having Tanuki cut through your backline when that space is exposed. So Shikigami need to be very careful of playing front to back as much as they can, but you can see just how awkward it is.
It is. And there's a lot of people on Heretics that can just go above these walls or around it, so Kaya will look for a nice strangling prison as Heretics are on the approach. Tanuki goes unnoticed, swipes away at the Mantis. Strangling prison does get the majority of Heretics, and that is enough for Isidore to swing for the fences and for Shikigami to get back on top of this fight. Tanuki has been a nuisance, but surely he will be quelled as well.
Now 2 minutes. I'm a bit worried for Shikigami, and this is what Heretics was sort of known for, like just this very like tempo stuff. It's not just going to be a soft reset. Like Enzo switched over, trying to go for a portal to see if he can isolate some of these players to just sort of jump on him. There's so many bits of kit that could do that. Certainly now with like White Fox and Black Cat added into the fray, it's immediately dozing in, and Shikigami respecting enough to actually reset, grouping up, not losing anybody in the process.
Heretics are kind of split from each other, like half the team portaled, half the team went through main, and Tanuki's fine being on his own, but he's identified where these strats are. Leolis has to be careful when this Soul Resurgence does come up, which as soon as this Black Cat shows face, the trigger will be pulled. Leolis will regroup the team, and Alex will put on a dance and hopefully win a victory, because Heretics, they desperately need a hero. Enzo will be close to the Eye of Agamotto. He's been key with that, but Isidore has different plans. He's running over this offense. The Kumio 4 will try to keep Heretics stable because they need a fight win here. And a strangling prison. Eye of Agamotto. The win conditions are clear for Heretics, but Shikigami are the clear winners of this fight yet again.
Oh yeah, the Leather Devil out doing a lot. Leolis finding all of the picks in, so Tanuki has to go down. Everybody's resetting. A minute left on the clock and a good amount of distance that Team Heretics is going to have to cover in overtime if they can get this fight going in the end. You've already used the portal play as well as Enzo, so you don't have that to go if it does end up in these overtime engagements. So like looking at Beetle, it's a strangler prison. That could be a great way of picking up Shikigami if they're looking for it, but it's preemptively fired out from Kaya.
Oh, Beetle just doesn't have the health to go for the strangling prison maybe now, but he has to time it with Enzo and how he wants to jump around the corner for the Eye of Agamotto. You have Frost Mountain on the back foot. Now Leash, Heretics also have to think about touching, and they are able to get towards the payload. But Agamotto gets all 5! And that is what Heretics needed to tilt the scales. Enzo will see the vision, and he will see the end of the second point, but now it's overtime, and they still have to get there.
Yeah, there's so much space, and like I mentioned, Enzo doesn't have the portal to work with, so overtime engagements are going to have to be walked back on foot. Tanuki trying to see if he can get some more information with these mobs had to position that they're placed in. And group walls are going to make it very difficult for Shikigami to contest this.
Tanuki looking for the right dash. He's been checked by the Daredevil. The ultimate clash between these two brawlers, and the Loki lamps have come out from Lindstrom. Shikigami only has so many lives. Tanuki feels like he's immortal himself, slicing through the stack of Shikigami that can only do is watch from left to right, and now 6 feet under. Tanuki takes over
and shuts it down for Shikigami in style. We always knew the Heretics were able to bring in some panache, but what a way to end the first day of stage 1 even for Ignite 2026. Ending on basically a montage from Black Cat in Tanuki's hands. Well, surprise, realistically, but it more is the case of like Shikigami, they went for like a sort of a twist answer, I suppose, by going Symbiotic Surface. It looked like it could work out with a good first point hold pretty much to the end. But as soon as that space was found from like Tanuki, with both teams being able to get some of that Black Cat action underway, they're able to sort of go on to those points and honestly make it a good spectacle despite it being a 2-0.
It was a spectacle. I mean, Thatcher, bringing you back in here. Shikigami looked like they were about to hold this defense. They took like every second out of the Heretics clock until, well, like I said, Tanuki farmed.
Yeah, I mean, we theory crafted so much going into this. Just like, oh, we gave Tanuki a new hero to get in love with. And it showed so perfectly, but Shikigami showed why they can't be underestimated. They were the first team to take a map off of Na'Vi this year in the preseason because of their ability to hold defense on these convergence-style maps. So it was delightful to see that they still got that, but Heretics just seem to be so good at breaking through here. Enzo in particular, just so many good Ayavagamotos. Beetle was so flexible with the Heavens with the Heavens Retributions and the Straggling Prison at the end there. This team is so flexible. I gave the MVP is going to Tanuki here, just as usual.
Naturally, yeah.
Vision being gained, the damage output, it's just incredible.
Yeah, this is like Star-Lord levels of damage. Dropping 40,000 on an assassin. And usually you're mostly looking at final hits when it comes to a character like this. But to put out this much damage, I think the issue really was the spacing on the Shikigami side. I like the option of the Loki, and you saw how that created issues. The Daredevil, the Loki, the sleeps from the Mantis. Like, Shikigami had the right choices, but then the spacing, everyone was so stacked together at all times that you kind of had this like Black Panther style of Tanuki swiping from one side of the field to the other, and kind of took advantage of this grouping.
Imagine a Black Panther, but you also have the ability to turn invisible if stuff goes wrong and to scout your opponents. Tanuki showing us just how good a good Black Cat can be, Ryan.
I mean, it's the threat that everybody expected and was worried about with Black Cat into full fruition. Everybody's going to want to see what Tanuki could do on this character in particular. And I mean, it's just that kind of like movement. Like, it's so hard to keep up with how quickly he's dashing from one target to another, just how much like presence he has. But it's also just like how well he synergizes with Heretics when there's a little bit of CC, whether it's Beetle getting somebody hooked over on like the Angela like spear as a dashing, or whether it's Enzo just getting somebody with an Eye of Agamotto. Everybody instantly just dashes in from Heretics, and it makes Tanuki's life easier when he's got the rest of his team saying, jump on this person.
And Lemon, we're going to have a look at some of the highlights here, and I believe that it was mentioned at the end of the cast by one of you here that, yeah, this is kind of just going to be, a large chunk of this is going to be the Tanuki highlight reel.
It really is, and it's just, again, how he's so well supported by his team. Whether it's the Captain America or whatever is behind him, it really is going to be the meta for Heretics, and we didn't even see the Naga Mantis until the very end, and then you had that extra firepower, the extra speed. What was really cool, too, about Heretics is that they used the Groot Walls to give kind of these leveraging positions to the Black Cat so that Tanuki had better places to drop down on the defense, which is just these extra really cool ideas that the Heretics have clearly done the work and put the time in to perfect Black Cat. And I think this is what's going to be what defines the group stage here at the beginning, is who is really mastering not just the Black Cat, but the setup around it.
I think when we look at these Black Cats, you talk about mastering it. We have seen Tanuki here show that even if you don't pick up eliminations on Black Cat, almost every single engagement got value. Whether it was getting pickups, forcing out abilities, or even just making someone turn around so that Enzo can fly on in like a mystical missile and drop Eye of Agamottos in those fights. It's just like you said, the team are synergizing so well together. And we actually have Enzo coming on in here for the interview. For starters, congratulations on another first win of the season. It feels like we say that to you a lot. I'm going to start off with the obvious question. Ken is back. How's it going?
I think I'm really thankful for what Oasis did for us in the preseason. He was kind of a rookie. He never played in such a good team. And I think people, when they see our names, I think they have expectations. So fitting the shoes that he had to fit was really hard. And I think he did really well. Now we picked up Ken, and you know, this is just a bless in the way. Like, the vibe is just so good. I've been playing with 3 of these people for a year and a half. Like, I'm just so happy every time I show up on the screen. It's a blast. Like, same thing for Naga and Beetle. Just, I'm not saying we're playing for the vibe, because it will be disrespectful, but we're playing with a lot of vibe. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun playing the game. It's really funny.
Hey, when you could be successful and doing it while having fun, I mean, that is just key. It's cool to see Ken slot in. And what were your expectations going to the series? Because you versus Shikigami, man, you guys have gone at it so many times. You've won every single time. Did you think this meta was going to change that outcome?
They are obviously our biggest rivals of the group, I think. Like, to me, at least. They are like the best team. So we knew that this is going to be the hardest one. This is going to be the first one also. So, like, you don't really know what people are playing. You don't really know what's the meta, because, you know, we all have a vision of the meta, but, you know, when the tournament started, it changed a lot. So they try to surprise us playing a really different thing. They try to play our Death Ball comp that we play against Navi. it was kind of funny, but you know, we're the one that created that, so obviously we know how to counter it. The second game was also special. Like I wasn't expecting to get run at like this, so definitely they tried to cheese on us, which is great for them, and they did it really well. But I think we found the good answers in the right time.
Yeah.
I think the main thing that you said from the start of preseason was you guys needed reps. Like that's what you needed to do, like get experience of like the different kind of compositions. Is that the same for the start of stage 1, or with the meta and stuff, or just the team as a whole? Is it any different?
I think this new character is really good for me. I think all the other people there are way too smart to play this character, and I'm so dumb I can play it so well. It's amazing. I'm having a blast playing this character. I mean, I couldn't really show it on these games. I had to play Strange. But yeah, I think the character is a great addition, and Black Cat on top of it. Black Cat is so good in the way that we have another dive character that you can play into a lot of matchup. Before there was only Diddy, so if you ban Diddy, they can't really dive anymore. And now you have like both of them, so it always like gives us an opportunity to dive. And I think we are a great dive team before everything, even though we need to play triple support, but we can dive at all. You know, we can dive also. So we like it. We enjoy it a lot.
They're giving us something to look forward to there, talking about potential dinosaurs for the future. Do you have any shout-outs before we let you go celebrate with your team?
I mean, shout out to the fans, they're always there, you know, they're always hyping us up. Shout out to my team, like, I wouldn't swap any of this player for anyone. I think this is, I don't know, I love this team so much. It's always a blast to play scrims. I'm never leaving the scrim hangry or anything. It's just a blast. Like, it's just so fun to play with these people. And personality-wise, gaming-wise, I think they're just the best, in my opinion. I wouldn't swap them for anyone. And yeah, shout out to the fans, always here. And buy the TH bundle. Even if Deadpool is not the greatest, buy it.
Yeah!
It's gonna come
There
back.
it is. It's always a blessing to have you here as well, Enzo. We'll let you go celebrate with your team. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Buy the Heretics bundle, says Enzo, after an incredible performance. And quite frankly, if you want to support our teams, the partner teams in particular, you can head into game right now and you can get the bundles for the team, including sprays, a skin for Deadpool, where you can literally represent them in game. For starters, we've had a great day. For last, we have our group updates from the matches, and we are looking good. Na'Vi and the Lions sitting at the top of Group A after Lions take that first series, and Heretics sitting alone at the top of Group B, taking down Shikigami. Guys, what an incredible way to open up Stage 1 of Ignite. Starting with you, Lemon, what was your favorite?
I think it was cool to see the teams that have adapted to the Dino. Is it one-sided or not? What is the backup plan for no Dino? Whether it's the Hulk going back to Venom, and which teams are really adapting also to the Black Cat. Some teams just haven't really been confident on pulling it out, at least in their first match. And you saw just how impactful it is when a team has put in the work to master it. I think the grouping so far really followed our expectations, but the big questions are around teams like Virtus Pro. And having Pulsar as your first match is pretty nice, and kind of how other teams like Rad and Alter are going to bounce back. That'll be fun.
Ryan, we have new matches coming up tomorrow. The Chosen Ones getting their debut match against Crownfall, who are on a streak right now. Firestrains versus Reason later on. Virtus Pro get to show up for the first time against a new and improved Pulsar, and Rad will get to try and bring their fight back in, and Alter will also have their redemption. What are you looking forward to for tomorrow's game?
I think Firestrays versus Reason, because I feel like Firestrays haven't changed up anything. They surprised me with how well they played in preseason, and Reason Gaming changed up quite a lot. And considering how the group game in preseason between these two teams went last time, where it was just like Reason kind of washed Strays and nobody knew what was really going on, it was just a very odd day. I'm excited to see if Lightning strikes twice, or whether we're going to see Firestrays continue the form that they put together in the end of preseason.
Kiwi, I'm going to just keep it simple and ask you the same question. What are you looking forward to coming up tomorrow?
My predictions that keep getting cooked. It's like every preseason, I have an idea of who's good and what is meta, and everything changes from the teams that you're like Virtus Pro is supposed to be #1, then they weren't at the end of playoffs. Maybe that will be the case here in stage 1. But you guys can all do your predictions at least before Americas. Lock that in because that will be on the other side and you'll get some fun stuff within the game. But also the meta is going to go through an evolution itself, just like how Wolverine was all of a sudden super popular in playoffs when it was just like kind of played at the beginning. So I think Black Cat and Dino are going to dominate here at the start of stage 1 at least.
Evolutions are always great to see. We'll just see how the teams do evolve to be able to potentially deal with that Black Cat, for example. But from us, though, that's going to be it for today. We have more games coming up tomorrow, and later on today, we have the debut of the Americas Stage 1 as well. OCE is currently happening during the early times in EMEA time, and China is also happening as well. You can see all those replays and games in-game on that esports tab. But remember, if you watch, you get some in-game backgrounds for yourself to really show that you represent Ignite and that you're hopefully enjoying the show. But from us, we'd like to say thank you all very much for watching. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow for more incredible games. And I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you very much, and ignite the battle.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 한명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날배까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 곁에 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는